is called to order. Starting with Miss Gray. We'll establish a quorum.
Here.
Miss Gray?
Here.
Miss Gray is present.
Mark is present.
Fiorini here.
Eisenberg here. Quorum is present. Mr. Nordhoff is present. Mr. Johnston is present. We have a quorum. Supervisor Natoli will be here shortly. He advised us. Okay. Members, we have a full day of activity ahead of us. Let's start off. Quorum's established. Just chair's report. The water community is slightly abuzz in the last week over statements that Governor Brown made, didn't make, or something. And nobody's quite sure what it all means. But I suspect everyone would conclude that although our budget problems are not resolved for all times, the passage of a budget this year then allows policymakers to think about other issues they have to talk about. As you know, this is the last month of the legislative session, which ends, Patrick, the 9th, is it? Did you say? The 9th of September. So they are busily processing hundreds and hundreds of bills, some of which deal with water, but most don't. And you can expect that there will be a increased level of attention paid to all this stuff once the session is over. Okay, that's my report. Mr. Grindstaff.
There we go.
Yes.
I want to start off with Mr. Kurt Miller, except that I don't see Mr. Kurt Miller here. So
yes, he's right in the back.
There he is.
He's right there.
Hiding.
Mr. Miller. You've got it.
Always a challenge.
To turn the microphone on?
Exactly.
Yes, got it.
Got it. Morning, members. Here we are again. We'll keep it short today. Phil mentioned some salient points about the governor's activities and bonds, those things. Your packets include the update on bill status. There's nothing much has happened in the last 2 weeks with respect to that list. Two bills of interest we've talked about before would be the proposal to require a finance plan to be developed by the council, and the other bill, Senator Simitian's water funding statewide at writ large bill. Those two are two-year bills at this point. They'll take them up again after the first of the year and presumably keep them moving out of their houses of origin. But they reside there at the present.
Okay. Of all the list of 70 or 80 bills that you've been kind of following, are there any directly related to water issues, even if they're of lesser significance, that are likely to be taken up this year?
For the purposes of the council policy and interests, no. However, the one bill we'll watch with some interest, particularly in light of the governor's remarks, would be Mr. Jeffrey's bill to reduce the proposed water bond allocation amounts by 25% across the board, reducing the bond to about $8 billion. There'll be other interests in redoing the actual mix of projects. Who knows if that'll come to fruition or not, but his is the only bill in process right now that attempts to amend the current version of the water bond.
Okay, Mr. Grindstaff.
And I'm going to turn the next part over to Chris Stevens to legal update.
Thank you very much. Mine's going to be even shorter. I don't have any reports.
Could you get that mic a little closer?
I don't have any reports or updates on the cases that we have been tracking. Most prominently and significantly, the decision that everybody's waiting for out of Judge Wanger's court on the so-called X2 measure that's part of the biological opinion. And Anka is going to touch upon it briefly, but from a scientific point, they've been doing studies and assessments ahead of a September 1st date that's the anticipated commencement of this measure, where they'll be releasing water to push the salt curtain back to protect fish. And so we're waiting for the judge to rule on whether or not that goes forward. Again, I think it was September 1st as the start, so any day now. I'm also scanning the audience here to see if our new extern has shown up, and apparently he's delayed, but I'd like to bring to the council's attention that we have a new legal extern by the name of Curtis Keller, who started last week, and he'll be helping out in the proud tradition of the previous 3 intern externs that we've had.
You can't seem to keep an extern for very long.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's well, hopefully they've had a good time and have learned something, despite all you've heard behind the scenes.
And Mr. Keller is also from Davis Law School.
He is. He's a third-year law student at UC Davis. Pardon? He did.
Turn on that microphone.
I remember him from the class that I did. That's great.
Yeah, and this was, as Felicia reminded us, this was engendered by Felicia and your, Mr. Chair, presentation, I guess, 1 or 2 times at UC Davis, talking to the Environmental Law Center and Rick Frank's program. And
You owe us.
okay.
I'll take a coffee with 1 cream at the
There
breakfast.
you
I'm only
go.
kidding. I'm only kidding.
Anytime. So in any event, Curtis is starting.
Yeah, when he does show up, why don't you just flag me and we'll introduce him.
I will. So with that, I'll turn it back to Joe.
Okay,
Thanks.
Mr. Grindstaff.
I don't have anything special to report. Maybe I should mention staffing. I do want to mention to you that we, before the council was formed, I'm going to take just a minute, the decision we made was not to hire staff and to leave vacancies. At that time, I was anticipating that I would not be in this position, and I wanted to preserve the ability for the next executive director to fill positions with whoever he or she chose. We ended up deferring those decisions until we got into a hiring freeze. So we're now at a point.
And now we're in the second year of the hiring
We're in the second
freeze.
year of that, and we're down more than 30% in staff. So I just want to mention that to you. We are in the process of trying to get exemptions, and at least for some hiring, so we can try and fill some of those vacancies which have been in some of our most critical positions. So just I was going to talk about that last month, and I forgot, and I realized that's something that is important to staff, not something I typically talk about in a council meeting, but you probably should be aware of that fact.
Yeah. Well, it's not surprising. There are a whole lot of state agencies who don't have exemptions, who have gone through now almost 2 full years of hiring freezes, and the avaricious federal government, which particularly in the science component manages to pay a higher level salary and compensation with a little more security, has been diligent in pursuing our staff and stealing some of them. Ms. Marcus, Ms. Gray?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just make a couple of comments relative to the executive director's report. I know there are a series of focus group meetings that are being scheduled for next month. I wanted to thank the chair, Mr. Eisenberg, for seeing the need to move forward with that. Thank you very much. I think that the public is certainly interested in certain areas, and I wanted to thank Joe and his staff for scheduling those meetings and look forward to being a part of that discussion. Also, I just wanted to make mention that yesterday I spoke at the Urban Water Institute in San Diego and made a presentation on the council in terms of the how it was created and the status of the plan as of now. And so it was well received. There were about 200 people there. And I want to thank staff for helping me with that presentation. So thank you, Joe. And thank you, Phil.
Thank you. Randy? No. Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, anything else? Okay, members, could you go please to file item number 5, which is the minutes of the meeting of July 29th. I just want to make one note. Ms. Rogers has been diligently attempting to make it simpler for people to follow our business. And you recall that all of the documentation that's in your agenda packet is posted on the website under the agenda. But often people will bring in supplemental material too late to be posted. And it'll get on our website, and the question is, how do you find it thereafter? So Pat has been adding in the agenda web address locations of the later submitted information, which is really helpful. And Pat, I know how much work it is and pain in the neck, but I think it's very helpful to us. Thank you. All right, questions on the minutes? Questions on the minutes? Okay, motion, please. Mr. Johnston moves, and Mr. Federini seconds to adopt the The minutes of the July 29th meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ms. Gray, question? I'm sorry. You got to turn your mic on.
I can't remember if I was here, if I was at that meeting. If not, I abstained.
Go to the first. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were both gone, so I abstained too.
Okay. Yes, you were absent. All right. So let's record 5 yes votes on that, with Ms. Gray and Ms. Marcus abstaining because they were not present at the meeting and not able to confirm the accuracy of this. Okay. All right. 5-0. The meeting minutes are adopted. Number 6, Ms. Hastings. Lead scientist report. There's a lot of stuff churning around. What's going on?
There is a lot of stuff churning. So I am here on behalf of Cliff Dahm to present 4 things, the first of which is to report on the change in his schedule. His last official day here as lead scientist was a week ago, and we had a very nice send-off for him last Thursday, and we appreciated that Chair Eisenberg and Council members Fiorini and Johnson were able to attend, but I think we all had a very nice time there. And I was going to say it was his last full-time day as lead scientist, but that's actually not true. I'm not sure if most of you were aware that Cliff was actually half-time as lead scientist for the last year. He was full-time for the first 2 years here. That was the agreement he made with his home institution, University of New Mexico. And he was able to negotiate an additional year at halftime through August 19th, and that was all they would give him. He tried to get a little more time on our behalf because many people asked him to stay on. He has been able to negotiate staying on for 20% time, at least through the end of this calendar year and perhaps a little bit beyond, to help us out during that transition to our next lead scientist.
Right.
So we're very fortunate.
Just to remind you, the lead scientist position, I guess historically, even under Cal-Fed Bay Delta, had been generously funded by USGS, U.S. Geological Service, and that's continuing. That is enormously generous of them and helpful to us, and allows us to recruit people who are top-notch for the position. And that's continuing, we knock on wood and trust, right?
Yes, we do. We are very grateful for that support from the USGS. And this stems from the Cal-Fed days, which was clearly a state-federal partnership. And now that we've transitioned and the council is primarily a state entity, we're still fortunate that they've been willing to support the lead scientist and an assistant to the lead scientist, who is Michelle Schaus. So we are grateful for that. And so that's a good transition to the next item. I did want to talk a little bit about our recruitment for the next lead scientist. Our Delta Independent Science Board is tasked with recruiting lead scientist candidates. And in addition, this year, the USGS was willing to do a recruitment through their venues, and so this was posted on USA Jobs. So we had 2 opportunities to recruit candidates. Most of our previous lead scientists have been under interpersonnel action agreements, but we could actually have them be an official USGS person. Through both those venues, however, we were able to recruit only 1 candidate thus far, although we believe that's a top-notch candidate. And so there's hopefully you all got the flyer, and it's in the back of the room now.
Yeah,
but
Dr. Peter Goodwin.
Dr. Peter Goodwin will be here next Wednesday. So this is short-term notice, but we've been scrambling to pull this together quickly to find a replacement for Cliff. So Peter Goodwin will be here and will present a public seminar next Wednesday, brown bag seminar, and we would appreciate any of you attending if you are able. One of the key attributes that I think you would agree we're looking for is a lead scientist who is able to work with folks like you. And not all scientists are. So in terms of their communication skills, so we actually see this as an opportunity for any of you that are interested to come and ask some of the same types of questions that you ask at council meetings, and that will give us a flavor for their ability to respond to those types of questions. So I encourage you to come. We also are having an interview that day We have a multi-stakeholder agency panel, including several independent science board members who will be participating on the interview. The next steps are that panel will provide recommendations to the Delta Independent Science Board, who just so happens to be meeting the next 2 days following this interview. They're meeting on September 1st and 2nd, and actually have this on their agenda to consider should a recommendation come out of the interview panel. Our Independent Science Board is poised to consider that, and then they would come to you, the council, with a recommendation, because under statute, the lead scientist is appointed by the council.
Yeah.
But understanding, of course, that since the position is funded by USGS, they must also be supportive. But they participate on the panel, so.
Well, Dr. Goodwin's well known to folks in the field and has participated in Delta activities in the past.
Yes, he has previously served on our CalFed Independent Science Board, and way back when, some of you may or may not remember this, but we had a CalFed Water Management Board, and he also served on that. And he's served on a number of panels, so he would come to us with a pretty good awareness of the Delta issues and Delta situation. And he is an engineer, but an engineer that crosses over, it actually connects between kind of the ecosystem water management issues. So, moving on to the next items, we have been asked, the Delta Science Program has been asked to conduct an independent review of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan effects analysis, and we are underway getting that going. The first review, it's a two-part review. The first review will be occurring here shortly, we hope, and that will be followed up by the subsequent review in the spring of the effects analysis, which is a really important part of the whole BDCP environmental impact report.
And that's, what are you going to do, convene a typical expert panel for initial work, then review by Independent Science Board?
This is our typical expert panel, except that we believe that it will be a pretty substantial review. So we're looking at a much larger panel than we usually have. We're targeting a group of 7, because this group is going to have to look at the first step is fairly straightforward. It's basically a methods document, the conceptual foundation and analytical framework, but that will be followed by 6 or 7 technical appendices, and then the roll-up of the information in those appendices, which is the bulk of this, what they're calling Chapter 5, the effects analysis. And we anticipate each of those appendices being many hundreds of pages. So this is a substantial amount of work. And it's also very important.
Could you explain what an effects analysis is for people that don't know?
And this will be my understanding of it. I don't have the write-up that Dale Hoffman-Florkey had, unfortunately, but when she explained it. But my understanding is it's basically to evaluate the effects of the proposed actions. So in the BDCP, they have multiple conservation measures, I think is what they're calling them. What are the effects of all of those, both positive and negative? How likely are they to achieve the intended outcomes that they want to achieve? It's going to require a lot of modeling, a lot of hydrodynamic modeling, linked to biological modeling. It's a tough job, and it's also in support of, as you know, BDCP is a habitat conservation plan and natural communities conservation plan. And my understanding is there are few, if any, precedents for doing an effects analysis on an aquatic, primarily aquatic plan like this. So the consultants and the agencies are really breaking new ground here. So it's challenging. But another reminder is, by statute, our Delta Independent Science Board will review the draft BDCP EIR. So we see the report from this science panel will definitely go to our Independent Science Board, and they will take that into account when they review the draft EIR.
And to circle back around and go back to Joe's point earlier, we commonly are asked to assemble science panels to review particular aspects of programs by either state agencies or entities like BDCP, and those scientific evaluations have gone on. And recently, because of the vacancy problems, we've had to preliminarily say no to a fish screen review, and I forget what the others were, growing out of the Resources Agency or BDCP. That's why we're asking, as Joe indicated, for some immediate relief to get some people back in our science program so we can do what we're supposed to do, which is provide scientific review of specific scientific questions. It all kind of fits together.
Yeah, we're currently proceeding with 2 reviews, this one and then the annual OCAP implementation review, but we've turned down, I believe, 3 other requests. And we appreciate getting those requests. And so we would like to be able to say yes to those, but we are just not able.
If we can get an exemption and find some people, we'll
Right.
be able to say yes and pick them up. Anyway.
So just to move quickly through the other 2 remaining items, one is just to give you a heads up that we are intending to come back to you hopefully next month with a proposal, an action item for funding the next class of Delta Science Fellows. This ideally would be an annual event, and so you may recall that not too long ago we came to you with a similar request, and so we're planning to come to you again, and we like to focus the topics for the fellows. So these are doctoral students and postdoctoral graduate students that we fund for 2-year fellowships focused on Delta research. We consider this one of our premier programs because we're training the next generation of Delta scientists, and it's at a fairly reasonable cost. So when we discussed this with Cliff about how to focus this next class, he came up with the idea of let's focus them on the 5 policy areas of the Delta Plan. And so what this would actually broaden the focus a bit to include a more emphasis on water management, Chapter 4, of course, ecosystem, which we've traditionally done, water quality, but then we would also be adding the risk chapter, Delta levees and flood management, and then finally adding the issues associated with the Delta as place, economic issues, social science. So this is kind of breaking new ground for us, but wanted to cue that up, let you think about that in preparation for next month.
Yeah, you told me about this, and Cliff had mentioned it too, and I think it's really interesting. And one of the other things that it gives us the opportunity to do is, as they mature in some of these are 3-year fellows programs, if my memory
2 to 3 year.
2 to 3 years.
If we have the funding.
Yeah, and as they mature into the program, they start to write publishable articles that are peer-reviewed, and a couple have appeared in the electronic San Francisco Estuary publication that the Council supports. And the notion that you expand it to cover important elements of the Delta Plan, I think, is terrific, because science does not operate in a vacuum on one issue alone. It's the intermix of all these things. I like it a lot. But we'll get a full report on that next month, right? Okay.
And our online journal is publishing more of the, going a little more broadly in what the topics it's covering as well. Finally, I just wanted to mention that there's the biennial State of the San Francisco Estuary Conference coming up September 20th and 21st in Oakland. Their primary focus is on bay issues, but in the last several conferences they've branched out to also cover Delta issues. And in fact, Chair Eisenberg is giving one of the plenary talks on the second day on Wednesday. So Wednesday is the day that's a little more Delta focused. So talking about the co-equal goals, I believe, how to achieve the co-equal goals. And then there are some other sessions also on Wednesday that are looking at the Delta, the people factor in Delta ecosystem restoration, and just ecosystem restoration in an evolving Delta. So I wanted to highlight that for all of you in case you're interested in attending.
Okay. Questions? Okay, Lauren, thank you very much. Okay. Members, let's go to item number 7, Ms. Mueller-Solger, the Interagency Ecological Program Director. back from her vacation, fully energized, ready to go.
Except with a cold, but that's okay. Yes, I'm coming here to you today, as I do periodically, to tell you what's up with the interagency ecological programs science world. And I just thought I'd highlight 3 things that might be of interest to you or that you also might not know about. And the first one is about what we call the IEP project work teams, which are technical teams that are open to all who want to come, but that have been put into place by the IEP to achieve what its mission really is, which is to work together on scientific issues that have policy relevance. And these work teams often actually draw in quite a few stakeholders, or the stakeholder scientists, along with agency scientists and lots of academic scientists as well. Currently we have about 20 of them. They come and go as issues come and go. Some of them, however, have been around for a really long time. So, for example, we just had a meeting in Tiburon last week of the estuarine ecology team, so-called EAT team, that had about 60 people from all these groups that I just mentioned, and it's been around for a really long time, talks about food web type things. We've recently, this year, added 3 new teams. Actually, one of them isn't really new, but it's revived, that have to do with the Yolo bypass and restoration projects in the Yolo bypass. There's some newly funded ones, research projects, and of course restoration projects are going forth as well, newly funded also by the Delta Science Program and by more recently by the Ecosystem Restoration Program that will be talked about by this team, and other things will be developed. That's another thing. Oftentimes study ideas or even plans are developed by these teams. A second group that we've added this year, this is very new, is the Migratory Fish Telemetry Research and Monitoring in the Central Valley work team. Telemetry is something where fish telemetry is something where you implant little tiny transmitters, acoustic transmitters, into fish, and then you have receivers either on shore or you have them on a boat, and you can follow the fish around, and then you can find out where the fish move, where they survive in certain reaches of rivers or where they die, and how they move around, do behavioral studies. And this has been revolutionary for what we know about salmon, how salmon move through the system, as well as sturgeon and other fishes that eat salmon and sturgeon, that prey upon them. And so we have now a whole array of studies going on in the system, especially on salmon, also now on sturgeon, and then on their predators, bass of all sorts, pike minnow, etc. And so this is research that will be talked about in this team. Another one that I might throw in is the IEP has funded a pilot study to develop really, really tiny transmitters, and these things have been getting smaller and smaller over time, which makes them more and more useful. But anyway, really, really tiny ones for delta smelt. That is still a bit in its infancy, but perhaps it's possible. We'll find out. And it would, of course, be incredibly useful if we didn't have to go fishing for an endangered fish so much, but rather could go and follow them around. So those are 3.
The visual image of a bunch of scientists following a smelt around with a monitoring system is quite delicious. I like the thought of it.
All right then. So again, these things are open to the public, and I put the contacts here on this little write-up that's available also to the public, so people can contact people. The salmon genetics one. Oh, I didn't mention that one yet. Okay, we also have a salmon genetics work team. That's the one that's actually revived. And it's revived, because lots of new research has been done on salmon genetics lately. More is being funded right now. But on top of it, the 2009 salmon BO that was put out by NOAA Fisheries called for this project work team, this IEP project work team, to specifically look at the genetic makeup of the salmon that are called in the water project salvage operations.
Does this have to do with one of the issues, which is, are we seeing more farm-raised fish of all species around?
That's part of
what
it.
The implications
But then
are? Also
the different salmon runs and distinguishing among them, which has always been a bit of a trick,
right,
or an art form,
right,
to take the art out of that, perhaps. So that is the final new one. We're also doing a lot of, since I just mentioned delta smelt, a lot of genetics work on delta smelt, by the way. All right. The second item I wanted to highlight is, like Lauren, upcoming conferences. So the one that Lauren mentioned, the State of the Estuary Conference, will also have a lot of IEP participation. I'm not going into it. However, I will mention that I am co-authoring a talk with Wim Kimmerer, which I think follows right on your section there, Phil, I think. But anyway, it's the talk title is "Where Does the River Meet the Sea? Connections and Boundaries in the San Francisco Estuary." And in that talk, we then ask, is there a scientific basis for actually dividing the estuary into pieces, such as the delta and the bay, because they're all part of the estuary, right? Or put another way, from the perspective of the ecosystem and its organisms, is the estuary actually a series of discrete but connected blocks, or is it more of a continuum? And then we'll attempt to answer that with various types of examples of what we think is going on. So we'll see how that goes. And then I wanted to highlight another conference that's coming up real soon, the second week in September, so 2 weeks from now. The American Fisheries Society, which is the world's largest association of fisheries professionals, scientists, and other people from around the world. And this particular conference will probably have about 4,000 participants or so. It'll take place in Seattle. The theme is New Frontiers in Fisheries Management and Ecology, Leading the Way in a Changing World. It has, of course, a number of high-level plenary speakers. I'm just going to mention one. I think Felicia Marcus may know him well. It's Robert Lackey, who used to be with the U.S. EPA and is now professor of fisheries science and of political science. He's a real crossover type at Oregon State University, and has done a lot of research and work on the interplay of science, management, and policy. So I'm looking forward to his talk. And then the sessions that they have at the conference, of course, have a whole variety of things, including habitat restoration, climate change, the oil spill in the Gulf, all sorts of other things that are of interest in general, and of course to you as well. The IEP has organized a day-long symposium at this conference, which we entitled the San Francisco Estuary, a Dynamic Confluence in Fisheries, Policy, and Resource Management. And we'll talk there mostly about the results that we've had from our pelagic organism decline research, but we also sprinkled in a few other talks, including one on the aftermath of the Costco-Busan oil spill in the Bay and the effects on fishes. And we also have some more policy-style talks, one by Victoria Polk, for example, from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the intersection of science and policy in the management of delta smelt. So I hope this will be a good thing. And I have the last talk in this session. I'm supposed to bring it all together. We'll see. And finally, I wanted to tell you about something that Chris already mentioned a little bit, which is the ongoing development of a scientific plan. Actually, the whole plan is an adaptive management plan, but I'm concerned with the scientific component of that plan, to adaptively manage the fall outflow out of the delta, freshwater outflow out of the delta, which some people consider wasted water, right, to the ocean, for delta smelt protection. It's specifically for delta smelt protection, but also keeping in mind the water supply costs that this entails, and trying to find the scientific portion is to better understand what this actually does for delta smelt. Does it work? Is it effective? And are there perhaps other ways to help delta smelt in this particular time of the year, and that could then also help protect water supplies better? Because at this point, this does cost water. It means increasing outflows in wet and above normal years in a way that pushes the salinity boundary, or actually isohaline, that is 2 parts per thousand. We call this X2. That's the distance from the Golden Gate to where this salt level is 2 parts per thousand along the axis of the estuary, pushing that out to a distance that's farther west. So it's a smaller distance from the Golden Gate, and it's 74 kilometers for September of this year. That is supposed to happen according to what's in the biological opinion.
This sounds an awful lot like a partial examination of what Dr. Dahm has argued to us a couple of times, that it's not just the notion of the volume of flow. It's the timing, the pulsing, the staging, and whatever the words actually are, that you have to have a more sophisticated view than just a volume in some abstract figure.
Yeah, it's all of that, clearly, and I could absolutely give you a lengthier technical presentation on all of this with graphs, etc. That might make it easier to explain it to you. I didn't want to do that today. So,
point is, I think that as this year concludes, the Delta Plan's adopted, and we go into next year, my hunch is the experimentation, the testing, the suggestions of pulsing of flows is going to become of increasing importance, and more sophistication's needed and more understanding needed. And so I just think, I like the idea you're doing that. I like that a lot, and I think we ought to consider, God knows, probably not before we adopt the Delta Plan, but we ought to consider having a full briefing on this approach to get your thoughts and others on what's going on with it.
well, I think there are two things of interest probably in there. One is the fact that this is meant to be an adaptive management type thing, which obviously the Delta Plan talks a lot about. In fact, it's supposed to be the perhaps most involved type of adaptive management, which is called active adaptive management, which means you experiment with the actual management action in order to learn or to accelerate learning. So this year, this being the first wet year since the biological opinion has been in effect, the idea is to have the outflows and thus X2 the way that they are prescribed in the biological opinion. But then perhaps in following years that could be somewhat different to experiment with this and then learn from it. It's not clear how it'll go, and on top of it, we're waiting for Judge Wanger's dictum on the matter, so we don't know. It's supposed to start September 1. If we don't hear from Judge Wanger, I suppose it'll start September 1. If that happens, the Bureau of Reclamation has forecasted or calculated that the outflow should then be around 11,400 CFS from September through October. It wouldn't, according to their calculations, cost any water. In other words, pumping could proceed as it normally would in September. However, it might cost some water in October. And currently, the pumping levels are around 11,000, a little over. And outflows are currently a little less than what they would have to be to have X2 at 74 kilometers. It's currently hovering around 78. But it's not too far off right now. I suppose the action could happen given what's currently going on. But we're waiting for Judge Wanger, and we'll see. Regardless, though, as I said, I'm interested in the science aspects of this. The Bureau of Reclamation, I believe, I understand, who is part of the IEP, is supporting scientific studies surrounding this action. And this is a really interesting year just because it's been so wet. So we'll learn from what we've been putting into place as a scientific plan, no matter what, I believe strongly, no matter what exactly the action will look like.
Okay, Supervisor Natoli, then Joe. No, okay, Joe.
I just wanted to point out that this requirement in the BO was kind of general, and they went to an expert panel, which we hosted, who actually said, hey, if you're going to do this, you need to do it right. You really need to look at all of the scientific issues. And Anka and the IEP team have been following up on those recommendations, and it's an immense amount of work. But I think it is, if we do it right, no matter what Judge Wanger decides, if we do it right and we actually try and gather the information, it will mark a shift in how we've done things. Because my sense in the past is that we have just said, well, we think this is right, go make this change with operations. But we haven't really focused on doing the science around those changes to see if we can figure out what actually happens when we make the changes. That's been a weakness in the system, and I think this is the beginning of an attempt to do much more intense, focused science on, okay, if we make changes, what are the impacts of those changes? And this year is, we're fortunate in some ways because, as Anka said, no matter what Judge Wanger decides there will be more water released because you have to reduce the levels of the reservoirs in order to prepare for floods. So there's actually, this is a really good year to study, but we need to do it much more intensely and in a more focused way than we've ever done before. And Anka's doing, I think, a really heck of a good job, 24 hours a day in some cases, preparing for that.
Well, I like this because it also ties into what Ms. Hastings had mentioned to us on the fellowships, the Delta Fellowship Program, is we expand their scope to elements of in our Delta plan, but cross-cutting issues. It's the relationship of decisions across a range of issues that increasingly everyone's working on. And so it's just, to me, Joe, all this is starting to fit together in a very positive way. So
Yes. So as Joe was saying, a draft plan that was put together mostly by the Bureau of Reclamation was reviewed by a science panel put together by the Delta Science Program in July. And then after that, we, well, quite literally scrambled to address all the really good recommendations that they had. Right. And we're still scrambling to put the finishing touches on it. A totally revised, at least in the science portions, totally revised draft plan is actually now on the internet for people to see. I wasn't able to put the URL into my written staff update here because it didn't exist at the time, but it does now. It's at the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's Spade Delta office's website. If you go there, it's there. This is the draft version that was sent by Reclamation to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is a regulatory requirement.
Do me one favor. If you'd give Pat Rogers a copy of the URL
sure.
address, we'll enter that in the minutes, and so we can have a reference to it.
And anyway, it's a regulatory process as well. So this is the draft that was sent to the Fish and Wildlife Service on August 8th or 9th, I think. And it has, of course, evolved yet again since then. We're still working on it. But this is a pretty good idea of what we're after, I think, or it gives a good overview. So that's where it's at right now, and we'll see what happens next week.
Great. Good. Okay, questions? Questions? Doctor, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Zlotnick, you could go to the microphone, please. Identify yourself. Those are fantastic aquamarine socks you've got on. It is quite trendy, quite trendy.
Greg Zlotnick from State and Federal Contracts. Is this on?
Yep.
Yes. The light's
One
on.
moment,
There we
one
go.
moment. There we go.
I appreciate the presentation, and while the Bureau's study did show the unlikelihood of water supply impact to the federal contractors, it's important to understand there could be as high as a 600 to 800,000 acre-feet hit to the state contractors with this experiment. So I just wanted to get the full impact on the record.
Thank you.
That's correct, and that impact would come in October, and it has something to do with FERC regulations on the Oroville Dam.
Okay. Doctor, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, we're going to file item number 8 from the State Department of Parks and Recreation, but maybe you would like to introduce
I will
that?
introduce the topic. As you all recall, in the legislation that established the council and called for the development of the Delta Plan, it also called for an economic sustainability plan, but even underneath that, it required that the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Food and Agriculture prepare reports for submission to the Delta Protection Commission, which could be used as part of the basis for their economic sustainability plan and also for our Delta plan. So the Department of Parks and Recreation has completed theirs. We heard from the Department of Food and Agriculture's contractors when they completed their report here a couple months ago, and we wanted to have...
That was the one where the department said we are forwarding the report without saying whether we agree with it or not?
That's exactly the one.
Right.
They did that. In this case, I believe the Department of Parks and Recreation is just the Department of Parks, right?
And Recreation.
And Recreation, okay. Stands behind the report, and Dan's here to talk about it.
Okay, Mr. Ray, good to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Joe. And I want to start by thanking all of you for the $150,000 grant that you made to help us prepare this report. It wouldn't be before you, and we wouldn't be here talking about it without your generous assistance. And I want to acknowledge my associate, Cheryl Essex, who helped it with the report and was one of its lead authors. And what I'd like to do today is just walk you briefly through the proposal, which I understand is in your packets. I want to talk.
Yeah, we have it in the packet, and also when it was delivered to us a month and a half or 2 months ago, I forget precisely.
The draft version was several months ago.
I'm sorry, the draft version. That was sent out electronically to all the members at that time, and I think we may have even given them a hard copy. I don't remember.
Great.
Okay.
I want to talk about why recreation is an important aspect of the Delta, an important resource there. I want to discuss the fundamental strategy of our proposal, which we call the Gateway Base Camp Adventure Strategy for expanding the network of recreation areas in the Delta. I want to briefly summarize the recommendations we've made for state parks and other state agencies to provide recreation in the Delta, and also offer a few recommendations for you to consider as you finalize the Delta plan that's been prepared by your staff.
And the first part of this is reflected in the slides that you're showing on the screen, and also we have a hard copy of that, I think, in our packet.
That's true, yeah.
Okay.
Now, I don't need to tell you about the goals of the Delta Reform Act, but it's important to remember that both of the two goals emphasize the importance of protecting and enhancing outdoor recreation in the Delta. Now, you spent a lot of time thinking about the plumbing and the water management and the efficient wildlife resources of the Delta, so I want to just briefly summarize some of the reasons recreation is also important in the Delta. First, water-based recreation in the Delta is protected by California law. Recreation is an important use of California water. It's recognized in the Water Code as a beneficial use, and it's one of the ways we protect the public trust in our water resources that the public has given us stewardship of. You know, the legislation that authorizes both the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project identify recreation as important purposes of those water projects. Recreation is also a key part of Californians' active outdoor lifestyle. It's part of our heritage. We got it when our parents took us to the beach or dragged us on a camping trip or a hike, when they set aside these magnificent parks and waterways for our use, and it's part of what we enjoy with our families today, and most Californians, that's part of what they want to pass on to their grandchildren in the future. Part of the reason for that is relaxation. The relaxation and exercise that outdoor recreation offers us contributes to our health and fitness. It's so important in combating obesity and other unhealthy lifestyles. You know, it's also, I think all of us see that recreation is one of the places that the memories that are so important to us are made, whether it's one of our kids' first fishes or the burn we got from a morning bike ride or a family vacation or just the vista waterfall across the sunset we see where we're taking an evening walk with a friend. Those sorts of experiences are what exposes children to nature, and it builds appreciation for the environment among visitors to parks and wildlife areas and waterways. And in fact, that would be one of our first recommendations to you, is that the ecosystem restoration strategy, the Delta Plan, ought to acknowledge the importance of educational strategies that are tied to outdoor recreation to build appreciation for nature and understanding of the Delta environment. You know, recreation is one of the ways that average citizens get a return on the investments that are made in ecosystem restoration or water management, whether or not they're a Delta water user or an environmentalist. Our periodic surveys of Californians show that 94% of Californians used a park last year. About 20% use a park 2 or more times a week. So there may be more people drinking water or eating food, but public recreation is one of the services the government provides that serves the widest array of citizens and benefits our population most greatly. Now, one of the reasons for that is because it's an important sector of the state's economy. And when you include the multiplier effects, outdoor recreation contributes nearly $40 billion to California's economy. It supports over 313,000 jobs in the state. And that makes it a sector that would be equivalent, for example, to aircraft manufacturing or trucking or farm services, is among the most important in California's economy. Now, we knew we were submitting this report to both you and the Delta Protection Commission, so we tried to pay attention to the principles that were outlined in the Delta Vision Project program as we did this report, to anticipate what we understand to be projects that are going to be proposed in the BDCP and make sure our suggestions built on those and could be compatible with them, and to develop a program that would contribute to the Delta's economic sustainability. Now, on page 6 and 7 of our report, We outline our strategy for expanding the network of recreation areas, both combining existing areas with some new sites, as required by the Delta Reform Act. And early on, your staff gave us some wise advice, which was to focus not just on state parks, but on the full range of state agencies that are involved in providing outdoor recreation. And this slide illustrates two of the key points of our proposal. The first is that recreation in the Delta can be expanded most effectively through partnerships that engage many agencies and also work with businesses, knitting them together to make full use of the Delta's many recreation assets. On page 4 of our report, we summarize the recreation functions of each of the state agencies, not just state parks, but also Fish and Game and the Department of Water Resources, Boating and Waterways, Caltrans, and also special Delta agencies like the Delta Conservancy and the Delta Protection Commission, and this Coastal Conservancy, which serves Solano and Contra Costa counties on the east side of the Delta. One of the reasons that involvement of all these agencies is important is that we can draw on their many skills to serve the Delta's diverse recreation markets. You know, we can build a recreation network that includes both local and state parks and also wildlife areas, scenic highways and trails, the public waterways, and private marinas and resorts. Involve people who are directly involved in providing recreation, as well as those who plan and fund and promote and regulate it. You know, by involving these many partners, we gain many attributes that are important. It means that no one agency has to do it all. It allows us to make full use of the Delta's lands and waters. 25% of the Delta is either public land or water. That's a remarkable figure in an area that we think is being primarily private. If you lived in any other state of America east of the Rocky Mountains, and you said a quarter of the property was was in public ownership, you'd think you were living in a playground. And that's what the Delta can be.
Can you pause just for a minute? Either there's a gigantic rattlesnake somewhere in the room, or it's a false alarm in the hotel. Got it. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Please go ahead, Mr.
Another advantage of working with many partners is that no one agency has to fund the whole program. We can draw on many fund sources of both the federal and state, and also work together with the private sector. Our proposal recognizes the substantial role played by private resorts and marinas, historic communities, and other private visitor-serving businesses, whether it's excursion boats or fishing guides or an agritourism operation, a fruit stand. The report recommends expanding public and private partnerships so we can draw on the business sector's efficiencies and its initiative and its marketing power and its access to capital. The public role is still important, not solely in providing recreation directly, but also helping to build a Delta brand, to encourage training and technical assistance. We need to be open to business partnerships with concessionaires who can provide recreation on public lands. I don't think we're talking about privatization of local parks or wildlife areas, but rather working with business to extend our reach to serve the public.
Mr. Ray, could I just ask you one question? We keep being unable to get a definitive answer, and I suspect it's never going to be available, but what's the department's current estimate of the total acreage of land held in public ownership within the boundaries of the Suisun Marsh and the Delta today? And
yeah, we have a number for that in our plan, and I think we say it's public lands occupy about 74,000 acres. That's about 10% of the legal Delta and Suisun Marsh.
Your calculation of public lands included federal agencies of any type, state agencies, and local agencies?
That would be true, and it probably is not all of that land is available for outdoor recreation. A small portion of it is Concord Naval Weapons Station and Travis, and then Travis, of course, would be outside the Delta, and then also, of course, it involves Sherman and Twitchell Islands, which DWR owns, but makes only modest recreational use of.
And the other question is, do you have a figure for lands currently owned by non-governmental organizations, land trusts, or other things? And if you don't have it today, and I didn't see it in the report, if you have any current update of estimation, you know, the biggest problem we have is trying to understand these issues in a context. We need some basic facts out there on land ownership. Whether or not the land is potentially valuable for recreation or not is a separate question.
Sure. Yeah. We could look at our databases and provide information to your staff.
That'd be helpful.
This slide also illustrates another key point of our proposal, which is the gateway base camp adventure strategy that we suggest for knitting the Delta's recreation assets together to provide the outdoor recreation opportunities that we think are there. Gateways would be communities in this slide, for example, Rio Vista or the Contra Costa shoreline communities like Antioch and Oakley that sit on the edge of the Delta. And those are places where first-time visitors can get introduced to the Delta, where they can visit a shoreline park or walk along a waterfront promenade, get information about recreation opportunities that would be deeper into the Delta. If they're going to go on, they can pick up supplies and equipment for their trip and maybe get directions to a place they might go. It could also include communities that are on the edge of the Delta. Obviously, Stockton, Suisun City, Sacramento would be examples of that as well. Not on this slide. And also communities outside the region like Benicia on the west side of the Delta or Lodi.
Supervisor.
Yeah. Dan, if I could just, because I didn't see it mentioned in here, and when I thought about the gateway strategy, I thought about the Delta Visitor Center. Talk about a point that's central to the 5-county region, but basically at the crossroads of Highway 160 and 12, and obviously it's still under development. To me, from the standpoint of your public and private partnership, that's key. I mean, it sits just north of the Brand Island State Park. It's at the two major roadways that cross the Delta and that feed into both the external areas as well as the internal areas, and I didn't see any mention of that. And it would seem to me that some strategy would involve, I know that they are still working to complete the physical facilities, but they have quite a, and you're familiar, having sat on the Delta Protection Commission for a number of years of that effort. And I guess I found that being absent here, and was kind of curious about that, because there are different gateways. I mean, you can enter from different.
I think Cheryl could tell me what pages. I think we acknowledge it there. To us, I think it's an example not so much of the way we thought of gateways, but rather it fills an important function of providing directions to people in the Delta. One of the things that we have heard again and again, and I'll get to that in a second, is the importance of providing clear directions about how people can get into the Delta. We mentioned it on page 14 of our staff report under Education and Interpretive Facilities. Yeah. And it's a good example of the kinds of roadside improvements that can help people find their way into the Delta, learn about it, and gain some information about what else they could do. Because that's a part of the challenge in the Delta. So we're trying to pull people from these gateways into what we're calling base camps then. And those are sort of full-service centers for recreation that provide day use and overnight accommodations. It might be a state park. Here, Brandon Island State Park would be an example of that on this slide. It could be local parks like the Solano and Sacramento County parks that are here in this slide along the Sacramento River. Or it could be a community like Alton that's got bed and breakfasts and restaurants and retail shops where you could get supplies. Could be a resort. You know, on this slide we've got Edo's Resort and RV Park that's on Sherman Island. Owl Harbor Marina on Twitchell, for example, is depicted in the slide. Or it could be a waterside home you would get for a vacation rental in Bethel Island, for example.
So these are illustrations of an approach as opposed to an identified location that must be followed in all locations at all times.
Yeah, we're trying to just kind of walk through the strategy. And then from these base camps, folks go out to enjoy the recreational adventures in the Delta, which are incredibly diverse. It could be a bike ride or a hunting trip, fishing trip. Folks who don't own boats can enjoy the waterways on the excursion vessels that are increasingly common in the Delta. You know, on this map, it could include fishing on Frank's Track, which is a state recreation area. Folks often forget that the Department of Parks and Recreation actually owns Twitchell Island, Frank's Track. That might involve hunting on DWR's property on Sherman and Twitchell Islands, or an excursion boat out of Pittsburgh on the new Delta Discovery Tours, or maybe buying some fresh produce or exploring the corn maze in Knightson there at the Smith Family Farms. Now, to travel between these areas, we're relying and suggesting we improve a transportation system that's built up of scenic highways, boating trails, and state recreational trails. On this slide, the scenic highways are shown in yellow. The key among them is Route 160, which is already part of the state scenic highway system. It also includes local roads like the Delta Loop that folks in Sacramento County have been trying to promote as a scenic highway. Highway 4, obviously, along the Contra Costa shore in this slide would also be important in that way. And these help, as I said, lead people through the kind of maze of Delta islands and roadways to get in and enjoy recreation. A system of boating trails we suggest ought to be improved on the waterways so that boaters can enjoy the same kinds of direction and interpretation as they try to get into the Delta. And then we're suggesting also that the state recreational trail system through the Delta be completed. Now, it's a little-known part of the state's recreational infrastructure. Just a couple blocks away from here, one of the key routes, the American Discovery Trail, leads from Old Sacramento. You can walk on up to Discovery Park and then head up the American River Parkway through Folsom State Recreation Area and bike on up through Auburn State Recreation Area and then ride your horse through the BLM lands till you get to the Tahoe National Forest all the way to Lake Tahoe and then head east on a route that actually extends clear to the Pacific. On the west side of the Delta, the American Discovery Trail rises up the John Marsh Trail to our state park at John Marsh's home near Oakley and then continues across Mount Diablo and comes down through the East Bay communities. You catch BART over to the Great Beach in San Francisco. What you can't do is you can't right now get through the Delta. There's a route that somebody's drawn on a map, but it hasn't been improved. And some of you may remember the newspaper article that Mary Ossie, the congressman's sister, wrote in the Bee a couple years ago describing a similar hiking and riding trip that she organized with friends along much the same route and railing bitterly about the difficulties of getting through the Delta. It's kind of representative of the problems with enjoying recreation in the Delta now. We really need to complete the infrastructure that we have.
Well, talk about the larger issues because, and you do mention it in the report, but the state interests in the Delta are multiple, but, it's basically a more reliable water system and an improved and restored Delta ecosystem done in a way that's sensitive to the Delta as a place. So no single plan, whether it's a recreation, whether it's anything else, is perfect, but how do you work when you have to balance priorities? I mean, obviously, the more roads you have for recreational activities and RV parks and so on, the less land is available for restoration of habitat for species. Where's the balance? How is it drawn? How does the plan suggest those judgments be made?
Well, what we've tried to emphasize is using existing public lands and facilities first for outdoor recreation,
right,
before new lands are purchased solely for that purpose. And secondarily, integrating recreation into water supply facilities and ecosystem restoration projects in ways that would be compatible with those uses. One of the things that we've talked about is the way new sorts of recreation amenities, and we've got a slide in a second that shows the new kinds of overnight lodging, for example, that are being used in eco-lodges in other sensitive environments to make it possible on land for people to enjoy recreation despite the sensitivity of areas. And we've got up in Oroville these floating campsites that are essentially tethered houseboats that could be used in deeply subsided channels, for example, for people to enjoy overnight areas. And there can be day use activities that are available as well. And we can see here in Sacramento how in the city's water diversion works just right out here. They've been able to integrate water supply infrastructure with with access for recreational uses. And, the Olo bypass is another great example of where that's being done successfully. And so we've worked very hard to examine ways we could incorporate recreation activities into both water supply and ecosystem restoration actions, so we don't have to spend a lot of money solely for recreation purposes in the Delta. Obviously the regulation of private facilities is a responsibility of local governments, and so we're just happy to be able to work with them where they're near where we are. Those are some of the advantages of this strategy, that it makes fullest use of our existing lands, that we don't have to spend a lot of additional effort buying property solely for recreation. It also helps boost the Delta economically. Building up the gateways, we think, can shift expenditures that might otherwise occur closer to people's homes as they begin their trips, shift them to the edge of the Delta. And then we use the base camp portion of this to pull people deeper into the Delta, extend their stays, turn day trips into overnight trips, and then by creating a diversity of adventures, pull in the widest possible audience and get them to come more often. the use of the Scenic Byway program, which we suggest be pursued by Caltrans to improve Highway 160, can enhance the Delta brand, as can the National Heritage Area that the Delta Protection Commission is considering. Another advantage of this strategy, we think, is it's flexible in the face of change, and that's one of the principles we've took from the Delta Vision Report. So we've tried to, by emphasizing the gateways in particular, we're hoping we can build recreation improvements up that are outside areas that are subject to the Delta's hazards, and that the flexibility of the network then provided with the base camp adventure strategy can adjust to change, whether it's new opportunities that arise or disasters that hadn't been anticipated.
I don't think the report focused on this, and perhaps you weren't really expected to focus on it, but many of the recreational opportunities are in flood-threatened areas of the Delta that will remain flood-threatened no matter how much levees are improved, simply because of the geological configuration of the land. Does the department have a preference for how hard the facilities are? I guess they say in the trade, permanent buildings, permanent locations, or are these like some of the other recreation areas where you acknowledge the potential for flooding dangers, and the issue is, can you recover once the flooding is over? They're different approaches.
Well, we've worked hard with your staff to help them develop language in the Delta Plan that acknowledges that recreation facilities probably are going to be in the floodplain. They need to be near the water, in many cases especially, and that those ought to be flood-proof, but they ought to be permitted in flood zones.
There's no such thing as flood-proof, and if our staff has told you that they know, Joe, am I wrong?
But the term, it's not flood-proof in the sense that it won't be flooded. It's flood-proof in the sense that it's recoverable.
Yeah, but I mean, let me say, the notion that you have a campground, even with hookups for RVs and so on, as you do on certain locations in the Delta, is one thing. But a 4-story motel with 150 rooms is a different configuration entirely. And I know it doesn't seem you're proposing that, but I was not able, in reading the material, to get clarity as to the intensity of the recreational development you believe fits the configuration of the Delta and the interest being served.
Well, one thing that we would suggest is that, as you look at the public safety and risk reduction chapters of your plan, you identify those areas where it's important to protect recreation assets by providing the best flood protection that can be afforded. And for our point of view, that would be Highway 160.
Okay, well, whose obligation is it to provide protection to Highway 160?
Well, it's a state highway.
Okay, and so it's Caltrans responsibility, or is it some amorphous state responsibility?
Well, my understanding is, of course, Caltrans is doing the best it can as it renovates highways to make sure that
they have to meet a 50-year flood protection level according to federal law. I think we heard recently that nobody pays much attention to.
I don't know how much attention Caltrans pays to the law, but I think that the we all, when you look in recreation areas, and Big Sur would be a good example too, I mean, we've got tremendous recreation asset in Highway 1. Does it operate 365 days a year for 100 years in a row, or are there times when no, it's interfered with by road slides and other problems, gets closed sometimes in big floods, but it's still an important route for recreational travel, and we don't say, no, you can't rely on it or improve it because you can't meet a standard that nobody could attain.
One of the related issues we've wrestled with and haven't resolved is whether there should be transportation and utility corridors in the Delta as opposed to the current configuration, which is things get scattered around willy-nilly based on the preference of the proponents of a high-power utility line or a gas pipe underground or a road or something. There are immense policy implications from decisions like that, and I was puzzled to try to figure out, other than the fact you'd like to maximize recreational opportunities, I did not see in here as elaborate a discussion as you're making here on your feeling that a higher level of protection should be required for all developed recreational opportunities.
No, if I created that impression, that's not my suggestion. What I was trying to say was that we could identify areas that are most important to recreation, where we think it would be important to provide the best flood protection that can be afforded, and those would be the legacy communities, the Highway 160 corridor that connects them and the other parklands that are along that route, areas that are north of Highway 12 and south of Highway 4. Those seem to be the key areas in terms of the way we've evaluated the Delta for outdoor recreation assets. Now, does that mean that all those areas need 100-year protection? Probably can't be afforded. Might not be desirable. Might destroy some of those communities' special attractions for recreation. You know, and I've spent many years working on flood-prone destinations on the Mississippi River, and part of the flood management strategy is folks get a hose and a broom, you know. And yeah, you may have to clean out every 20 or 30 years, but it doesn't mean you can't have a successful business or a successful recreation destination.
Okay. Randy, then Felicia. Oh, Don. I'm sorry.
Okay. I appreciate some of Dan's comments in responding to the chair's questions, because I think that some of the photos that you included in the report certainly capture some of the flavor of recreation, but certainly community life, and you portray some of the landmark buildings, for example, the Ride Hotel, and some photos of Locke and Walnut Grove and elsewhere. And I think that part of the challenge, and I think your last comment, Dan, kind of went to that, is when it comes to the landside facilities, both for recreation but also for all the things that would be supportive of recreation and life in the Delta, the implications of FEMA flood mapping, I think some of the things that are being discussed in our risk reduction chapter can certainly impinge upon the ability to do the landside support facilities, but even waterside, because in a lot of cases those are very closely linked: marina developments, restaurants, lodging facilities, and of many different types and sorts. And I was intrigued in one of the chapter elements. You talked about some of the challenges some of the legacy areas face because of deterioration buildings and so forth. And part of that is that in order to get the private side investment that's necessary to either repair or restore buildings in some of the communities that either have already been mapped in, but certainly the mapping that's coming for the northern part of Delta, including Grand Island, you'd have a difficulty once that's mapped in, rebuilding a Ride Hotel or a Grand Island mansion. And I think it's going to be a real challenge from a standpoint of public policy, both for this council, and I know we've talked about it in other discussions on the draft plan. But I think because of recreation and certainly just general life in the communities, that you've got to have places for people to live, to work, and flood proofing. You can do some of that with new construction in elevating and so forth. But you've got communities and support facilities laced throughout the Delta, including recreation facilities that are at grade. And to do anything besides that, maybe over time you find ways to elevate certain facilities. It becomes a real impingement, and as you're well aware, in trying to do that. And so I think that recognition that you talked about, that there may be some flood risk, and is recognized in other venues, but that if you call things to halt and or put the barrier too high from the standpoint of either the public investment and or the private investment, over time you will stifle the very attributes you're trying to enhance and to encourage folks to take part in. And I appreciate your comments. And you called out a couple different places here, and in a way that I think certainly stayed true to the recreation aspect of what your report was bringing forward. But I'm concerned because I see that as being a real challenge. Caltrans may have a certain standard; they can get by with 50 years, but that's not what's called out for in other regulations. And I think some of the things we're headed for potentially are going to really make it difficult for recreation and some of the other aspects of life to prosper in the future.
Appreciate your observations. Yeah. Now, the key experiences in the Delta for recreation are we've lined them in 4 categories. One is recreation with family and friends. That's the typical things you do. Let's go for a picnic. Let's go for a bike ride. Go camping. Go swimming in the Delta. Go watch some wildlife. These are the things that most Californians do routinely as part of their lives, and they're very affordable. Recreational boating is important in the Delta. One thing to think about is that the 7.4 million annual visitor boating days that occur in the Delta is about equivalent to all the visitors that come to every state park between Morro Bay and Monterey Bay. So that would include Hearst Castle, Big Sur, Carmel, and the historic parks in Monterey itself. Boating and fishing, other nature-based activity, fishing and hunting and other nature-based activities are also important. Of course, they take advantage of the Delta's location on the Pacific Flyway and the anadromous fish that the BDCP is hoping to help recover. And they're one of the ways that we can honor the Delta as a place. You know, the Central Valley is the heart of the hunting and fishing culture in California. It's not that popular activity in the Bay Area or in the rest of the coast. And paying attention to that is sort of part of protecting the Delta as a place. Food and wine and heritage tourism is also an important potential sector in the Delta with its scenic drives. It's got the wine country, it's got abundant produce, it's got interesting ethnic cuisines that can contribute to food tourism. And one of the things about these latter three sectors, whether it's the heritage and wine tourism or nature tourism or boating, is that they're really high expenditure types of recreation that can help drive the economy of the region forward. So while we provide recreation at many price points, the family and facilities that support recreation for family and friends that are more affordable, it's also important to also pay attention to these higher value sectors of the recreation market that can help drive the economy. Now, the Delta's got a ton of recreation assets that we summarize in page 12 and 13 of our reports, a lot of different lands and facilities. Both state and local parks are important in wildlife areas. I want to make special note of the role of local governments in providing recreation in the Delta, and one of our suggestions is that the Department of Parks and Recreation and others continue their grant programs to support local parks that provide Delta access. It's so important, particularly taking advantage of many of the smaller properties that wouldn't be suitable for state facilities. Every county's got some exemplary projects, but not every recreation asset is a park, rural roads, an area that would be used for bank fishing along a levee. It's not all public, as I said. Businesses are essential parts of that, not just for the recreation services they provide, but also because of the Delta's unique privately owned landscape. We recognize the care that landowners have taken in preserving unique Delta homes and farmsteads, farm fields with those distinctive Delta crops that we all love, driving by a pear orchard or some wine grapes or something. Not all the Delta's recreation assets are fully appreciated here. We're learning that in other parts of the world and other parts of the U.S., one of the things that's growing in popularity is touring industrial areas, which are seen as an interesting artifact of the 20th century's economy. So when we look at the Contra Costa shoreline, for example, or the Port of Stockton, we might think that, hey, somebody who's coming here from someplace else might think, hey, that's kind of interesting. Look at that huge set of refineries. Well, that's amazing. I've never seen anything like that before. Just like we look at old mining infrastructure or an old flour mill that way. And in the Delta, we've actually got a great example now in the Port Chicago National Memorial Historic Site that acknowledges the role Delta Industries played in building munitions for our defense during World War II and honor the unique events that happened there that contributed to the desegregation of the U.S. military. One of the things that we think you could do in the Delta plan, in your Delta as a place section, is better acknowledge these recreation assets. Right now the draft that your staff has prepared doesn't even mention state or local parks when it describes the Delta as a place, and we think it's important that you remember that in that section, in your findings, that recreation is an important part of the Delta as a place. We've suggested that your staff ought to look to a more professional assessment of the Delta's qualities as a special landscape, using tools, for example, like those the Federal Highway Administration or the National Park Service have developed to evaluate important landscapes. And we'd also suggest that you should include a clear policy in your plan that restates the requirements of the law that recreation be protected and enhanced wherever it's feasible and adequately mitigated where it can't be protected. And our suggestion is that your policy should offer our proposal as a guide to be used in that protection and enhancement. Now, obviously, the Delta's got a large population now, about 3.9 million people. About 30% of them are families with children. Half of them are adults in their middle ages. About a fifth are senior citizens, 55 and over. That includes me. I guess I can say it's senior citizens. It's got an income in the Delta that's only about $63,500. That's not maybe only, but that's more than $10,000 left in the Bay Area. And so, again, that gets us back to that importance of having a recreation network that's got a mix of price points. And part of what we need to do is prepare for what's coming in the future. The population of these 5 counties is expected to increase by over 7 million people by 2050, with the fastest growth occurring on the Contra Costa Shore and in San Joaquin County. They'll be both older and younger than now, so both there'll be more children, and so assets that can be used for recreation with families and children is really important. But there are also opportunities, especially with seniors, to grow that heritage tourism market. There'll be more Hispanics and Asians, and so we would expect to see some shift in recreational preferences, is because we see those different attributes in different ethnic groups. We shouldn't forget either about the Delta as a potential destination for international travelers. It's right at the junctions of key recreation destinations in America. San Francisco is the 5th most popular recreation area for foreign travelers to the United States. And of course, you've got the wine country just northwest of the Delta, and you've got the Sierras with Lake Tahoe and Yosemite to the east. You're right in the middle, and we think with the right kind of improvements in programming, the Delta can capture some of that kind of traffic. As I said, we've tried to acknowledge that the Delta is a place where change is occurring. We've talked a little bit about the risks of flooding and how we've tried to consider those and some of the suggestions we might have about that. And obviously, another key change is the BDCP and how may it affect recreational uses. This slide illustrates how Sacramento's water diversions are providing a site for outdoor recreation and river access, as well as the kinds of recreation that can occur in restored marshes. And I want to say a little bit more about that in a minute. Change isn't just about risk, it's about opportunity. I've mentioned a little bit the new kinds of lodging that make recreation possible in areas that we previously would have thought were unsuitable because of environmental sensitivities. We've also got new programs on the horizon. The federal government has a new scenic byways program that California hasn't made much use of that provides federal dollars that could be used to provide wayfinding along Route 160, to build the Delta's brand, and to provide roadside improvements for recreation. I mentioned the growth of the excursion boating market in the Delta. We've got several new vessels that are operating in that area. One of my favorite new things is these smart buoys that have been developed to aid development of water trails. So you can boat up near one of these things and use your cell phone, and you can get navigation instructions, you can get interpretation about what's going on with your surrounding area, you can get directions to the nearest marina or marine gas station or sanitary pump out facility. There's great opportunities on the horizon that we can take advantage of. On page 22 and 23 of our report, we review our recommendations for state parks. Our facilities in and on the edge of the Delta serve all 3 functions. Some are some serve as gateways, some as base camps, and some provide adventures. Priorities for us would be completing our state park at Delta Meadows and the Lock Boarding House. That serves as a base camp for folks who are recreating in the Cosumnes Preserve and in Lock and Walnut Grove. We'd also like to improve Brandon Island, which serves as a base camp for boating in the Delta and for folks using DWR's property at Sherman and Twitchell Islands. Old Sacramento State Historic Park here, just a couple blocks west of us. We're doing planning for it right now that'll improve its functions as a gateway to the Delta with new docks for transient boaters and excursion vessels, and perhaps excursion railroad trips that would move south to the Delta from the old railroad museum there along right-of-ways that we already own, and other improvements. Outside the Delta, Caswell State Park, which is just east of Stockton on the San Joaquin River, Stanislaus River, just above its confluence with the San Joaquin, and the State Historic Park we have on the west side of the Delta, John Marsh's home near Brentwood, can also serve those base camp functions. In Benicia, with our recreation area there, and the State Historic Park at the Old Benicia Capitol also enhances Benicia's role as a gateway. And then we've identified opportunities for new state park units, and again, this gets back to Mr. Eisenberg's point, that these could be integrated into habitat restoration and floodway projects, we believe, at Barker Slough in Solano County, at the downstream end of the Yolo Bypass, at Elkhorn at the north end of the Yolo Bypass, and then potentially in the South Delta. At the City of Stockton's suggestion, we also recommended that the Wright Elmwood tract be evaluated as a potential urban recreation area to serve Stockton, sometime in the future. We have elsewhere in the state locally operated units of the state park system. An example would be the Kenny Hahn State Recreation Area in Los Angeles, where we, at the state level, provided much of the investment in lands and facilities, but the County of Los Angeles actually provides the operations for that. And Stockton's really one of the few cities in California that doesn't have a major state or federal recreation area inside its boundaries. We also, as I said, think it's important to continue the grant programs that have supported parks at the local level. We've also included on pages 26 through 29 recommendations for the Department of Fish and Game, the Department of Water Resources, Boating and Waterways, Caltrans, and the Conservancies. And this is one of the other areas where we think the Delta Stewardship Council's role as a coordinator and a prod to action by state agencies may be essential. We think you can do more than you are. Your draft plan now includes in its recreation section, or sections on recreation, recommendations about how recreation should be provided by state parks, by Fish and Game, and by Boating and Waterways. And we think these recommendations ought to be extended to the Department of Water Resources, which plays an essential role in providing recreation on our water system. The current state law, the Davis-Dolwig Act, that was passed when the State Water Project was authorized, says that water projects need to be designed and constructed to meet recreational needs and provide for the full utilization of these projects for recreation purposes consistent with these other uses. So we think there's a lot of things DWR can do. They could span access and recreation opportunities on Sherman and Twitchell Islands. They should provide access where it's appropriate on other publicly owned levees. They can design their diversion structures and foreways to provide shoreline access, vista points, sites for bank fishing. We think our proposal could be used as a guide for that. Now's the time to be planning to provide recreation in the water facilities that are encompassed in the BDCP and in new flood control projects as current law requires. And your plan should reiterate those requirements and encourage DWR to work together with us to carry them out. Because partnerships are so essential in protecting recreation in the Delta, we also suggest that you offer some performance measures to track progress of the Delta Conservancy and the Delta Protection Commission and others in building partnerships that can provide recreation. As I've mentioned, recreation and tourism are important to sustaining the Delta's economy. DPC's draft economic strategy says the Delta's 12 million visitors expend about $251 million annually inside the Delta's boundaries, and that supports about 2,700 jobs in the 5 Delta counties. Add to that the expenditures that occur outside the Delta for supplies and equipment and related services. You can see the importance of the Delta's recreation to the economy of the region, and the potential for it to grow as the population increases, and either to grow or shrink depending on what happens with the BDCP. One of the things that DPC's forecasts suggest is that the habitat restoration projects that are proposed in the BDCP could support about a 13% increase in recreation, that would provide about 350 new jobs and $32 million in visitor expenditures from recreation at those sites. And we think we can grow that even further by, again, shifting more expenditures into the Delta, increasing the value of recreation so that some people are paying more for it, and encouraging visitors to come more often and stay longer. Of course, there's unquantified benefits as too, improving the quality of life, which makes the Delta a more attractive place to live and do business, and the healthy outdoor lifestyle that can help reduce medical costs. Now, on page 43, we get to the unfortunate bottom line, at least for us as an agency, and that's that new fund sources are going to be needed if these opportunities are going to be protected and enhanced as the law requires, both for the public's enjoyment, so they can learn about and appreciate the Delta and its waters and ecosystem, and to sustain the region's economy. And we have 2 suggestions for you in that regard. The first is that regarding your suggestions about funding the Delta Conservancy, the suggestions in the draft Delta Plan, we think it's important that funding be provided to implement not just the ecosystem restoration program of the Conservancy, which is the draft's current suggestion, but that so funds should be provided so the Conservancy can address its full agenda, and which would allow them to provide some funds at least to protect and enhance recreation in the Delta and that aspect of the Delta as a place. The secing thing that we would suggest to you is that the public goods charge that you're evaluating ought to include the potential to finance public recreation facilities as part of water and ecosystem restoration projects. So again, I want to thank you for your support. You know, recreation's important. It's an important part of the Delta, and you're charged with protecting and enhancing it. You know, we think our Gateway Base Camp Adventure strategy and our other recommendations can help enhance and expand the network in recreation areas that serves residents and visitors alike and sustains the Delta's economy. And we think the Delta Plan can be key in turning these proposals into reality so that outdoor recreationists in the future can enjoy the same lifestyle that we have, but they need your help. So I can answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Dan, thank you. And we appreciate the enthusiasm with which you bring this very thorough review of the proposal. Especially want to thank you for the specifics that you offered in relation to what could be included in the Delta Plan as we're moving forward through these drafts. So thank you. Any, Gloria?
I just wanted to thank you also, especially for that historical perspective and painting a great picture of the Delta. I can see why folks are really, you know, very much excited and love the Delta. And for me, it's been very interesting hearing all about it. And I think recreation is certainly an important part of the Delta. And I know it will be challenging as we meet our co-equal goals, but I wanted to thank you for your proposal, your report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe?
I just wanted to say when we met, 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, it was clear to me we needed to bring Dan to the council and talk about this, and we do need to look at all of the recommendations that he's made, and he's made even more, I think, today than he did a couple of weeks ago, but we asked him to do that, and he's been very helpful, and I think we will look at all of those things for incorporation into the next draft.
Felicia?
Yeah, not to pile on the thanks, I will be really interested in hearing what others in the room, some of the folks who live in the Delta, what their reactions to it are. But obviously it's really great you spent so much time on it and presented it so well. Having spent 7 years at the Trust for Public Land, I was beaming as you talked about the importance of connecting land and people. So you could have been straight out of the playbook. I mean, it was just sort of, it's something that people think of as fluffy, but it's actually very core to who we are as a people, and the importance of providing that, and the incredible benefit that we get from federal, state, and local governments dealing with parks in an effective way is one of the most favored and valuable things that government does other than pick up the garbage. I think that's number one. But I think you're a close number two in terms of what's appreciated. So I really appreciate the thoroughness with which you did this. And again, as our vice chair said, I really appreciate you getting to specific recommendations on what we should be doing in our plan as opposed to it being out there, and I appreciate the time you spent with Joe and the staff, and we'll look forward to following up on this. One other thing I want to signpost that we'll talk about a little later when we talk about our plan is the way you talk about how we need to play our role in coordinating, encouraging, keeping tabs on other agencies. The integrative function is something that I think is important here and everywhere else, because without that, very well-intentioned people doing their core missions in separate departments miss the boat on where collaboration actually yields greater benefits for the public that we really all serve. So thank you for focusing on that as well.
One of the things we saw, Commissioner Marcus, when we did a tour with the Water Education Foundation and water leaders of Delta Recreation Opportunities, was the huge array of assets that are there, and we left convinced that more than improvement of any one feature, what really was lacking in the Delta was an orchestra leader. And so that role, in our recommendations, we've suggested to the Delta Protection Commission being right there in the region and with a potential leadership role in the National Heritage area, especially able to work with folks in that venue. But that's really essential, and I think you play the same role in terms of getting the state agencies who sometimes have got the ability to keep blinders on to work together.
Don?
Yeah, I would just add thanks to Dan, and again, I had the good fortune of serving with him for some years on the Delta Protection Commission in his role in representing state interests there. I did want to thank you, too. I think it was important, and I know that we've had some workshops this past week and will next week with the work on the Economic Sustainability Plan, and that this work here has informed that discussion that you just mentioned. And I think the importance that in some of your opening comments about highlighting the working landscape, and certainly as a part of the landscape, obviously, is the recreational assets and how that fits with particularly with agriculture in the Delta, and I thought that was very, very important because it's I think a value that adds value to the recreational experience and just the experience in general, but also obviously is the backbone, agriculture being the backbone. But this is a very important element and has a significant contributor as it relates to the dollars as well as the employment. So I think it was the report was well done in that sense. My question for you is kind of a current one. What is the status of Brandon Island State Park? I mean, it was on, again, with the budget reductions and everybody's struggling with that, it was on the closure list. Has it been saved, or is it still on the list?
Brandon Island right now, is state recreation is still on the list of parks that we don't have the funds to operate next year. The state park at Delta Meadows and the boarding house there in Locke would stay open. But Brandon, we just don't right now see how we'd be able to continue to operate it. Now we'll be soon seeking proposals from partners, including private concessionaires, to operate recreation areas and parks that we don't have the funds to operate ourselves. And we're hopeful that someone may step up at Brandon. It's got a lot of wonderful features that could potentially make it attractive to a private partner.
Just one comment. I appreciate the response, Dan, because I know that you mentioned it with some of the smaller properties, some of the fishing accesses and boating accesses, where you have either agreements or arrangements with local governments and or other entities to operate those. And so it seemed to me that to rather than just a mothball, the significant investment that's there, if you can find that partnership, I think to keep Brandon open, I think it would be important. Because again, it's important to your discussion here too, because it's kind of one of the key pieces of the existing developed recreational areas in the Delta. So.
Yeah, the first thing to do is make full use of the assets we have. And in Benicia, another important gateway there, we're in conversations with the city, which has expressed an interest in trying to keep the state recreation area and the historic capital there open, which otherwise also might be closed next spring.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay, Mr. Nordhoff. Could you turn on his mic, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me, Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I'd like to express my appreciation, too, for what you've done. You raised the visibility of this, and we have a tendency to gloss over recreation, and it's vitally important for the quality of life, not just for those in the Delta, but those who use the Delta. And, I mean, quite honestly, I'd put you ahead of garbage. I mean,
well, and I'd hope, too, that recreation provides us a way to change discussion recreation provides a way to change the conversation about the Delta a little bit, too. It's so often seen as it's like water buffaloes versus environmental extremists. And I think even when I talk to folks, who've got family in the Delta and discuss our proposals, it's often a slice of the discussion that they haven't heard before, and they can see some advantages, in the suggestions that we're making. So I think that's another potential value that emphasis on recreation can play as you go forward.
Yeah, with garbage, you can always take out your own garbage, but you can't maintain the facilities of the important environment and the quality of life. A couple of suggestions I'd make. When you put new recreational areas, try to make them as low maintenance as possible. Because nothing is as discouraging as going to a place and seeing it run down, seeing the logs not replaced, the walkways or the paint and all of the rest of that. And the second suggestion is try to involve the public in this. Individuals like to put their names on things. Groups of individuals do as well. And I think it's an important source of funding in the future.
That's a great idea. And we're trying to, in our own system, we already receive hundreds of thousands of hours of volunteer time every year. The value of the volunteer time we receive is about $20 million, which is about equal to the budget cut we're taking this year. And we're trying to develop additional partnerships, and we see that also with the nonprofit partners we've got in the Delta. So they're an important part of this, and I appreciate your suggestion.
Just a note, yesterday the legislative analyst did another one of its periodic infrastructure reports, cutting across all the major infrastructure issues of concern of the state of California. No surprise to anybody who's followed it that the basic money is devoted to transportation and education. After that, the generic resources areas, whether it's park and recreation, flood control, water supply, is dwarfed in size. But the need is always greater on infrastructure than other things. But the point that was, I thought, highlighted, and I just skimmed the report, there is no sex appeal in maintaining what you have. the political sex appeal is asking for more, and then figuring out that maintenance and operations and repair will take care of themselves. The reality is they won't, and the department has a backlog on capital improvement, maintenance, and repairs. I don't know, $1 billion?
We often quote a figure of $1 billion of deferred maintenance, and I think our unmet need for new capital, facilities that are planned and yet not constructed, is in excess of that. So we've got a serious hill to climb.
Yeah, and that goes to Mr. Nordhaus's point on how we design what we have, but it also it's a helpful reminder to us that repair and maintenance often is ignored as we chase big romantic visions. And the reality is we need to protect what we have and then explore what we can do in the future.
Yeah, and a fund source needs to be provided for that. When the State Water Project was authorized, the Davis-Dolwig Act was the compromise about how recreation would be provided. And it's a similar system on the federal side where recreation was seen as a public good, so it's not charged to the water contractors, and that makes sense. But at the time, of course, there were other fund sources available, the bond that helped construct the water project, and then the oil and gas revenues from the state offshore. Those funds aren't available. And so we're not, the water bond that's presently proposed in California doesn't include funds for water-based recreation outside of the grants to the Delta Conservancy. And so it's important some fund source be identified. Yeah.
Okay, good. Mr. Ray, thank you very much, and thank you to the staff and the department for putting this together. The only question I have is, if big changes occur and they're positive, will Director Coleman wear a Smokey the Bear hat in all her photographs in the future?
I think our director would wear any hat if she could get the positive outcome she's wanted. She wears many already, and a Smokey the Bear hat, as long as our Rangers would let her do it, I think she'd be happy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it very much. Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, we're moving faster than I thought, which means we're going to start moving into the items for the afternoon's staff report. And Mr. Stevens, maybe now would be a good time for you to pick up item number 9.
Sure.
And give us the background briefing, please.
I'd be happy to. This will be very, very brief briefing. And I too wanted to add my thanks to Mr. Dan Ray, with whom I had the privilege of working during CalFed. We shared some good laughs. He did an excellent presentation, and I think you characterized this as an adventure strategy. And I think that's a perfect segue into and you did it with enthusiasm. This is a perfect segue for my short talk. I'm going to present now another adventure strategy, and that's getting us through the state rulemaking process, and maybe not with such enthusiasm.
Adventure is not perhaps the right qualifier.
In any event, Dan, good job. Before I start, I did want to introduce Curtis Keller. Was briefly introduced when we first started the meeting, and so perhaps you can stand up and show yourself to the council here. Curtis, again, is a third-year law student that's going to be our legal extern until the beginning of December. So just started. That's Mr. Keller there.
Great.
So with that, let's talk about the state rulemaking process. And again, I'll be brief. I think the intent here is to kind of fill you in, give you an update, most significantly on a couple meetings that I've had preliminarily with the staff at the Office of Administrative Law. In particular, their acting director, who also I think is their assistant chief counsel, and one of their other staff counsels. So I'll tell you about that, where we're headed, what we have to do. I think I was chatting briefly with Pat Johnston earlier, and he thought it might be useful just to give a little historical perspective of what the Office of Administrative Law is and what the state rulemaking process is. And again, the state rulemaking process, the whole idea is to involve the public, and this is consistent with your process, your transparent public process that you've embarked upon. And the state rulemaking process, the idea is to involve the public in the preparation of rules, regulations, and also to inform potential regulated entities and individuals what kinds of rules are out there. And that's important, I guess, up until about 1941. There was no centralized system for compiling state rules. So we had state agencies who would interpret statutes that they were charged to enforce or implement, and they would adopt them, and there was no way for regulated entities to know with certainty what actually was out there. So it was happenstance. If you knew who to check with, if you were in the right place in the right time, you could figure out what the rules were. In 1941, I believe the legislature said, okay, there is going to be a centralized system. In 1947, they took it a step further and said, we're going to put a noticing requirement. So you have to let the potential regulated entities and stakeholders out there know what you're about to do to them. And that was a big step. But apparently the ensuing years, the 50s and 60s, it turned out there wasn't a great deal of compliance and enforcement by state agencies, or perhaps it was a bit scattered. So it wasn't until, I believe it was 1970, I will check 1979, that the legislature recognized the need to establish an independent office, which it did, an independent state agency in the executive branch, the Office of Administrative Law, to help sort all this stuff out, to enforce the rulemaking, state rulemaking process. So since July of 1980, all state agencies have been required to submit regulations to this independent agency, the Office of Administrative Law, for review before the regulations become effective. So we now actually have a system, a centralized place where people can go to see what the regulations are proposed to be, the form in which they're finally adopted, and you have an agency that reviews them to make sure that state agencies have gone through the process. They've notified the public about what kind of rules they're proposing. They've done analyses, cost fiscal analyses on the proposed rules. They've done things like identified the need for the rules. They've identified the authority under which the agency is proposing to adopt the rules. The rules have been drafted and will be adopted in a clear manner. There's a clarity standard. I think I've touched upon that before, and some people have actually commented that as we've worked our way through our fifth draft, we're nearing at least a better sense of a clarity standard, although we admittedly have a ways to go. So now there is an agency with whom I have actually met a couple times before we have started the rulemaking process. So what is a rule? Why are we doing this? The short answer is because we have to. State law now tells us we have to go through the Office of Administrative Law. What's a regulation? Again, I think I've touched upon this in the past. It's a policy, a procedure, a rule, a guideline, whatever you call it, that's of general applicability that an agency is going to apply to the general public, that interprets, that adds meat to the bones of an underlying statute that the agency is charged with enforcing. And as we know, our Delta Plan has policies that are going to have regulatory effect. It also has a set of recommendations that don't, non-binding recommendations. The idea here is that our policies, our regulations in effect, have to go through the state rulemaking process. They have to be approved by the Office of Administrative Law before they take effect as regulations. So what I have done over the course of the past 2 or 3 months, again on an informal basis, but in preparation of starting the process in earnest, is met with staff. I've provided a copy of the fifth staff draft to the OAL people. They've taken a look at it. We, just a couple weeks ago, ran through the form of the policies that we have in there. We ran through an estimated timeline. They're fully aware that we have a statutory deadline to prepare and adopt the Delta Plan by January 1st of next year. And they're actually committed to helping us get there, which is a very heartening sign. And in fact, even though I did dump upon them the entire fifth staff draft. The staff, in their opening comments, said, well, let's just take a step back and let us try to characterize to you what we think this document says. And it was amazing. They said, okay, if a state or local agency is proposing a covered action, they have to self-certify that it's consistent with the Delta plan. If it's appealed to you, then you have to make the final call. And that was it. And they said, you're right on. So I think that we're headed in the right direction. So we got some general suggestions on how to make our policies into what's going to be a state rulemaking package. And I think that's important too. And so I wanted to report back to you what the idea is. And the idea is this, that the rulemaking package that's going to have to work its way through the process will be a compilation of the policies that you have in the fifth staff draft or the sixth staff draft. Whenever you give us direction to go to the Office of Administrative Law, it will be the policies that have regulatory effect, not the recommendations. So that had been one question. So what we intend to do is come back to you at the next meeting in September with our first crack, a preliminary draft of what the rulemaking package will look like. We'll start with pulling all the policies out. We will try to put them into a form that conforms with what the state rulemaking requirements are. So you'll see that in September. And then we can talk more in depth upon what the procedure is. I'm not going to bore you here with the procedure, but let's just say that there are a few concrete, discrete steps that we have to take to get the process going. The first of which is giving notice to the public that we're about to embark upon a rulemaking process. As part of that, there's a whole bunch of paperwork. I think I touched upon a statement of reasons. You got to give a rationale for each of the policies that you have in your regulatory package. So it's not just the regulatory package as a whole. Right. And we should have that. And that's the whole purpose of it, of having stakeholder participation, a transparent process, very consistent with what we've been doing to date. So we'll have, there's a whole bunch of paperwork that you submit. The Office of Administrative Law will actually put a notice in a public register, and that will start a 45-day public comment period. And this is a public comment period that is separate from the EIR comment period. So this is a separate process, but it's a process that we have to go through to enable our regulations to take effect.
This is identical to what the Delta Protection Commission did when it was reconstituted. It submitted its proposed regulations within its authority to the OAL, and they went through the whole process. Ms. Gray had a question, and then Joe had a question.
You actually answered it, but my question was, when will the council be able to see the actual language for the policies? And you answered the one about the 45-day public comment period. And that's after we send it to the Office of Administrative Law. Is that when the 45 days starts?
That's right. So we'll submit the initial package, but I'll touch upon the initial package just real briefly too, because it's going to entail a whole lot of work, parts of which we've already started. At your last meeting, you authorized a new task order for our consultant team to help us most significantly in putting together the fiscal and economic impact analysis that has to go through as part of any state rulemaking package. And so as part of the economic and fiscal analysis, you have to work with the Department of Finance. There are forms that you have to fill out, but you've got to look at the effect on small business. You've got to look at costs associated with your proposed regulation to local and state agencies. If there are state-mandated local programs, which means the state is telling local agencies, for instance, to do things or provide a higher level of service than what the baseline is, you have to identify potential reimbursement if that's appropriate under the law. So a whole bunch of fiscal and economic analysis that has to go into the initial package. And that whole initial package then will go to the Office of Administrative Law. They'll publish the notice, and that'll start the 45-day comment period. After the close of that, it's envisioned that we will hold actually a public hearing, an Office of Administrative Law state rulemaking hearing, which will be separate, again, from the hearing that we had suggested be a part of the environmental impact analysis and the CEQA process. Separate hearing on the Office of Administrative Law side, and at that hearing, we'll ask members of the public and potentially regulated entities to come and present comment. We'll have a court reporter here as well. After that's done, there's a whole other set of paperwork that you've got to do. You've got to compile all the final, you've got to adopt the rules, you've got to compile all the final paperwork, put together what's called a rulemaking file. Rulemaking file is going to consist of all the documents upon which you relied as a board in coming to your decision. And then you ship that off to the Office of Administrative Law at the end of the process. They have 30 days to take a look at the entire rulemaking file, your statement of reasons, your adopted regulation, and they have their own checklist and their own review that they go through. Again, they're looking for things like authority, whether or not the state agency has authority to adopt the regulations that it did, whether or not they were written in a clear and concise manner, whether or not they're consistent with state and federal law, whether they duplicate law, which they're not supposed to do. They're supposed to add detail to the underlying statute. They have 30 days then to review that. Once they do approve it, it then goes to the Secretary of State, and then eventually it becomes a rule. So I just wanted to give you a flavor of the process. There's a whole lot of paperwork that's entailed. We have started it. I've met informally. I think that we have the resources that are standing by and that will be committed to helping us get where we have to go, but it's going to entail a lot of work. And this, again, is separate from the environmental impact analysis and the CEQA process that perhaps Joe and others are going to touch upon later, that also is entailing a lot of work and resources.
Mr. Grindstaff.
Yeah, and I want to add, by the way, in this plan that's, 500 pages now, if you include the appendices and stuff, we printed out actually what the policies are. That's the regulatory part. It's 4 of those pages.
That's 4 pages.
It's 4 pages, not the whole thing. But it would be kind of foolish for me to come to the council and say, submit these regulations as they are today to the Office of Administrative Law and start the 45-day comment period if we thought we were going to change them. And since my expectation is that we're going through the environmental review process with the idea being that we learn and make a decision after that, my sense is we won't bring to you for approval an administrative law package until we've closed the comment period, and even
on the environmental
impact report, and actually had some time to digest it. Not that we have to certify the EIR. We don't need to certify the EIR, but I think we do need to actually understand the comments, and the council needs to be prepared to say, well, this is about where we want to go, because if we submit these rules and change them, then we just have to go back and resubmit and go through another 45-day comment period. So when we had thought we would be doing this was at the end of October. I can't tell you the date for sure, but we did want to make sure they actually understood the process, and one of the reasons for bringing a draft package next time is not so much because of the details being in the package, but actually so you can see what it is, what kind of document it's going to be.
Yeah, you gave us a copy of the blank form that the OAL, my recollection, at a previous meeting, the outline of issues material we have to present.
Right.
But this would be, when you come back, it will be with a rough draft of... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and just to touch upon what Joe said there, the draft that we'll come back with the language may actually look a bit different than the policy language that you have in the plan now. And that's primarily for the clarity part of the rulemaking. Some of our policies are in bullet form or in a form that doesn't quite conform to how you see regulations in the code book. And so at the recommendation of OAL, and they've actually offered to help us work through this process, we're going to take those policies, and it's not going to be substantive changes, but the form may look a little different. So that's one thing. And I think the important message also that I want to say is that similarly to the EIR process, this board will not be making a final decision, will not be adopting finally the regulations until you've heard from the public, until the process has worked its way to near completion in the OAL process. So, for instance, when we come to you as staff with a proposal, say in October, and ask for your direction to start the rulemaking process, your vote to give us that direction will not be a vote to approve the rules. It will be a preliminary best guess at what we think the rules will look like. But, under state law, you're under a duty to listen, to let the 45-day comment period go, to listen to the members of the public, to let the rulemaking process play out until you make a final decision, which makes sense. The same with the CEQA process. Until you certify that environmental document, until you know what the environmental effects are, you're not going to make a final decision.
Okay, Mr. Natoli, and then Ms. Gray, you had a follow-up question? Okay.
Yeah. Question, Chris. In that 45-day process, though, folks not only can submit comments, but there can be challenges to the basis for the rule, whether it's appropriate within the realm of whatever the statute called for, to the coverage and breadth and depth of the basis for making the rule, as well as the legislation that brought it forward potentially. And as a part of that, I guess my question to you is then, does OAL, what is the process if the challenge seems to have legitimacy? Do they send it back to us then to have to recraft it, to reconsider it in the context of the other processes that we're undergoing here, both the draft plan and the environmental review? So I'm curious about more to the timing probably, because there is this comment period, but then because of this push to have all of this together by January 1, 2012, that process in of itself has some places where people can take a detour point, at least for a while, and send it back to us, if I understand it correctly. Because I know it happened at the DPC a few years ago, that we got it sent back to us. That's
what I understand. And that's why I characterize this as an adventure strategy, in that I'm giving you the best scenario, okay? So I think that everybody understands that we're on a very tight time frame. There are many points in the process, admittedly, where time could be added. I think Joe touched upon, as well as the chair, the fact that if you decide to make a change in your plan, which you may, and that actually may be a good thing, you may have to redo some of these processes. But then you may not. I mean, if things go, if you're at a point now or soon where you think the plan's in near final shape, you start these processes and they work through, you may be able to meet, you will be able to meet the deadlines that you're striving for now. But as you point out, if OAL decides at in the midst of their 30-day review that you didn't have authority to do what you were doing, they will send it back to you to redo. And I think that the timeline is, once that you publish a notice, starting at the initial part of the process, you have 1 year to complete the process. So OAL, towards the tail end, will send it back to you, and you have to resubmit within that 1 year period. There is an appeal process that was built into the law where you can appeal a decision made by OAL to the governor's office, and then the governor's office has to get involved and override that. And that's been done. That's been done on occasion.
That
But-
sounds like fun.
Yeah, so that's why I figured at this point we didn't touch upon that. So, the idea in the 45-day comment period is that you're going to receive a lot of comments upon those types of questions, and it's incumbent upon the agency as part of the final rulemaking package, just like in the CEQA process, you have to respond to all the comments, and that's got to be a part of your final package. So there is a lot of work that goes into that, responding to comments. Again, it's shipped over to OAL as a package. They'll look at your responses, they'll look at your rationale, they'll look at the way that you prepared the rules, and they'll decide whether or not it complies with the Administrative Procedures Act.
Ms. Gray.
My question, most of it was answered, but if in fact the policies or regulations are not approved by OAL, in time for us to approve or adopt the plan the first of next year, what happens? Do those regulations have to be approved?
Well,
by OAL?
the idea is for those to take regulatory effect, which means that the potentially regulated community, state, and local agencies out there that have proposed covered actions, your policies wouldn't take regulatory effect until OAL gave its blessing, they were sent to the Secretary of State,
And published.
and they were published and became effective. So you can adopt your plan.
You can adopt the plan, I guess.
You can adopt your plan once you certify your EIR.
Okay.
So there are two processes again, the EIR process, that you're going to have to certify your EIR, come out with a final EIR, and again, respond to comments, go through all that stuff. Once you do that, determine what the environmental effects are of the various alternatives, you can make your decision. You can adopt your plan. Hopefully, we will have started the rulemaking process as well. But ultimately, as you point out, until that process is completed, they won't have regulatory effect.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, let's keep going ahead. We will break for lunch at noon, but I want to use this time to go to item 10 and get a start on that. And tell us, if you will, where you think we ought to break in our discussion and what the discussion's all about on the fifth draft Delta plan.
I will do that. Per your direction, staff released the fifth draft on August the 2nd, and that's out and available for comment. You also directed us to develop and release the EIR, and we had tentatively set a schedule for September the 1st. Our consultants notified me a couple of days ago that we weren't going to be able to meet that date. I don't have another date that I want to put out there because I've been wrong before so often in setting those dates, but know that it's not going to be the first, and that they still have significant issues they're working through in their process to make sure that we have a really good document. In the end, having a good document that allows you to make a good decision is more important than getting it out on the first. So Gwen is not here today because she's working on the EIR, with the idea being as soon as we can, we need to get that done, but it needs to be done right. So we're not going to have her here to do what we had originally anticipated, which was actually walk through the Delta plan chapter by chapter and kind of brief you on the latest changes. I think the plan has made a lot of the improvements that you recommended. We've added a few recommendations. We've added graphics. We've added some sidebars. There are red line versions, by the way, of the policies and recommendations. If anyone wants them, they're online. They're available for people. The fifth draft is the preferred alternative that they're using for the baseline of the EIR. So, but they are also doing, as I understand it, 6 other alternatives. Let's see if I get them right. The no project alternative. There's two different, one is the ag-urban proposal for an alternative. They're also looking at a modified ag-urban with some additional comments from some of the other water purveyors that were slightly different, that took it a different direction. So we're doing an alternative there. We're doing an alternative that is largely based on comments from the environmental community, and an alternative that is more focused on Delta interests, if you will, focused on the Delta economy and preservation of the Delta in its current state, more or less. So we tried to use the comments from all of the people out there as the basis for those alternatives. Right now, the plan is that in the first part of October, well, first we're going to have the focus groups workshops that Ms. Gray has proposed, and I think they start on September the 15th and the 19th, and they should all be posted to the...
And the 20th.
And the 20th. And they should be posted to the web. Keith, would you like to tell us what they were all about, or do you... I don't remember the title.
This is useful information. I know
It's
we've gotten it
useful.
in writing, but it's very important that we pay attention to this.
And it's part of the Delta plan, and it was an important thing that people had requested.
This is a pop quiz. Pop quiz to see if I remember what I wrote. Our first workshops are to look at governance and what that means. The statute requires that we convene an interagency council and some other things, and it's the coordination role that several comments have suggested that we should include in the Delta plan. How do we go about that? How do we build? How do we learn from what was successful in the past and what wasn't in the various alphabet litany of the Bay Delta Oversight Council, the Bay Delta Advisory Committee, the Bay Delta Public Advisory Committee, and the California Bay Delta Authority? What can we learn from those so that what we have going forward is both productive and beneficial to state agencies, providing advice to federal agencies, and as well as addressing stakeholder issues. So that would be one discussion. Another then is, and this goes to something that Director Gray has mentioned several times, the measure of success, something that had come in the comments from Ag Urban as well. What at the end of the day is a measure of success? We have talked about that in caucuses with Ag Urban, but we really would benefit, I think, from a broader discussion of that, and then segue into performance measures, specific performance measures that are required to be included in this plan. Do we have them at a right first cut level? What needs to be focused on? What do we need more detail on? What, even after the plan is adopted, do we need to further hone and refine for future iterations, understanding that all of this will change over time? Then the meeting on the 19th, I believe, is looking at Delta as a place. It is what are the near-term recommendations that the Council could include in Chapter 8, making the plan for Delta as a place. I expect that will be a very lively and productive discussion, focused not only on the recreation plan that you learned about this morning, the early drafts of the economic sustainability plan, as well as ideas from stakeholders. Invite the Delta community to that. And then the fourth workshop would be on financing. further honing and refining. You're going to have a discussion later today on some of that. It's a continuation of earlier discussions you've had. This will likely continue to play out, but we haven't done a lot of stakeholder involvement. And one of the real questions here is, how do we knit several different processes together where folks are now starting to talk about financing not just the Delta Plan, but other Delta water activities. The California Water Plan has convened a group to talk about that. They're going to produce a report included in the next water plan. There are other rump groups talking. How do we start to, where is the right place for that conversation that is eventually going to end up with the administration and the legislature?
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gray.
Oh, the dates.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could you give us the dates?
The first two would be the morning and afternoon of the 15th of September. These next would be Monday the 19th in the morning
of September,
and then the next day the 20th. There is also, I should call your attention, the California Water Commission has their first workshop on storage on September 14th.
So everyone should come to Sacramento for a full week, rent a hotel
Stay
room,
over the weekend.
stay over the weekend, eat in restaurants,
visit the
help
Delta.
the economy, visit the economy. Okay, got it. Keith, and you'll post on our website the notice of these meetings.
Notice should be up on Monday. We're finalizing it on Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay. By Tuesday, all the details will be on the website. First page?
Yes, the
main
agenda
home
and
page
the
of the
first page
website.
of the agenda, specific questions to come later. And the intent here is not to pick a panel and have an audience, but we're going to have these in our second floor conference room, large table. You're all at the table. No one is an audience.
Ms. Gray has agreed to be there with a whip to keep everyone talking and conversing. Is that what I heard?
I do have a question, though.
Ms. Gray?
I think you only talked about 4 subjects, which you mentioned September 15th, 19th, and 20th. Were there
4
more
subjects. On the 15th, we'll have a 9 to noon and a 1 to 4 session. So we'll cover those first 2 that day.
What about the 20th? Do you have one on the 20th?
On the 20th would be financing.
And what's on the 19th?
And then Delta's a place on the 19th.
So just one particular subject on the 19th, and then on the 20th?
Again, trying to work around
Well,
schedules as much as possible.
will all those suggested areas that I gave you, will they be included in these subject areas?
A lot of them will be included, particularly in the Vision for Success and performance measures. If there is a need moving out of these to continue to focus on an area, I'm sure that we would probably work through that with an additional work group.
Thank you. I know there were some other areas, and I'm glad to hear you say that.
And one of your areas was water storage, and the reason we didn't include it here is the Water Commission was having that workshop. So
that will take care of that. Okay. Covered action will be in kind of part
covered actions will be part of the governance discussion. We'll start with covered actions, make sure that we've kind of discussed without being able to say this isn't, but in general parameters, making sure that folks understand what kinds of things are likely to be and not likely to be covered actions. We'll spend some time on that and then segue into the governance realm.
What about the co-equal goals, water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration? Is that
co-equal goals are a part of everything we talk about.
Okay. I know there was a workshop, I believe Joe had mentioned in October.
I was actually going to come to that. The plan is, besides that, in October, and we have no date yet, we have to work on this, to spend an entire day walking through the EIR and the alternatives. One of the things that many people have expressed to me is, well, what is this alternative and how does it compare to what the proposed alternative is? And so the thought was we actually just have a workshop where we spend the entire day, because it's a fairly complex subject, going through what are all of the policies that are in the plan and how are those issues dealt with in the other alternatives? Are there issues that aren't dealt with in the proposed project that are dealt with in the other alternatives? And actually just kind of walk through that. I think that exercise will be really helpful for everyone. And right now we're looking at the first or second week in October for doing that, with the plan being that that could help inform people in the comments and public hearing that we will have on the EIR.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Marcus?
Quick one, Keith, thank you for setting these up. I think you may be overly optimistic about how much we can do in a morning or an afternoon. And so being open to continuing the discussion, even if it means we have to do a lot of meetings, I think we're in the thick of it now, and the more of it we can do, the better. One thing I wanted to signpost now is the governance discussion. And I've talked about this at past meetings, and I may talk about it again if I need to as we go through the chapters. But I am incredibly disappointed in what we're putting in the governance chapter right now. I think we are punting there. And I think the law requires us to do some kind of counsel, but it doesn't mandate that as a maximum of what we should do. And so that's the minimum we need to figure out how to do well. And I agree with you in looking at what's worked and what hasn't, although I would think that CalFed itself and the policy committee is a better reference point and its equivalents than the public advisory committees, because it's not about public advisory committees. It's about how do you integrate the various disparate entities within state and federal government that all have something to do with the Delta and related issues, but go off on their own. Again, very well-intentioned, following their core mission, but it just doesn't mesh. And it's one of the key issues that prompted the creation of this body, because there was a need for a new governance model, and we're not given it right now in the plan. So I want us to invite people to talk about that and talk about how I want us by that meeting, if we could, to have an inventory of all the different agencies that do things with a descriptor, and the beginning of a discussion about examples. What I'd like to see in the plan are examples of where better coordination might yield a better result, where lack of coordination has yielded nonsensical results, or let's just say suboptimal results, and some success stories. That would be a meaty governance discussion in a plan like this, and I think it would be the minimum that we should have here for it not to be completely disappointing. The other issue I'd like to invite people to talk about, and I don't think we can get to recommendations on in the time we have, so it ends up having to be one of those things we bookmark, put in the parking lot for a fuller discussion maybe after the plan, but we should invite conversations, is the whole structural question. I mean, I don't know how I think about it, but you've got the little Hoover, you've got PPIC suggesting certain things. I think some of the things they mention are intriguing. I think some of the things they suggest I completely disagree with. But I think the whole arena of how you might restructure, we're the people who should be starting to think about it. Again, I don't think we should have recommendations of plan because we just don't have the time, but we should open the discussion. So those are two separate sets of questions that I think we want to ask people to come in and opine on and suggest to us what we ought to do, what we ought to put in the plan, and what we want to put in the plan to think about more right after the plan. And it's probably my number one. I'll have a number of recommendations, but it's my number one issue, which I've talked about before, but obviously not effectively enough to make it into the plan, because I don't think we've had a conversation where people have said, no, I disagree with Felicia, she's totally wrong. So I'm probably going to be a broken record on this.
That?
You know, it's been said before.
Really?
I know. It's incredible.
Well, it was totally my oversight that I didn't mention the policy committee, because that is much more closely aligned with the structure that the statute talked about.
Well, and it's what's missing completely now. I mean, for better or for worse, you can do a post-mortem of what did and didn't happen with the Bay Delta Accord that, started with Club Fed, then CalFed, et cetera. And there are a whole bunch of reasons why that didn't pan out. But right now, you do not have a totally engrossed set of state and federal partners who all have something to do with the Delta, who were on the hook to actually do something in a coordinated way. It's just not happening. There are nice meetings. I know you meet with folks from the feds. We have lovely people in all of the agencies, but there's not a focused attention on actually integrating things for the benefit of the people of the state of California. And that's why that was one of the main driving forces for creating this council, and we're not doing it. So.
That's great.
Okay, I'll sit back now.
Thank you, Felicia, for saying that, because I think that will be helpful for the second part of that discussion in terms of how can the plan be successful? How do we determine it's successful, and performance measures? Because if we look at what has been done and whether it worked or not, I think that's the basis for looking at what we can do now with this plan that can be more successful. So thank you for saying that, because I think that's a great basis for leading into the next discussion. Thank you.
Okay, circle back to Joe.
Yes. One more thing you should be aware of: the Delta Protection Commission is doing the economic sustainability plan now, and they've just released a third draft of that, and they're anticipating adopting that in September or maybe shortly thereafter. And at some point, it comes to us. And we've been having meetings with staff to try and work through some of our issues. One of the key things we have asked for is recommendations for things that we can put into the plan, into the Delta plan, that will be really significant moving ahead, that help move the ball forward. And so that's something that we're going to be continuing to work on, and it will be coming to the council probably in September. We will want to spend some significant time talking about the economic sustainability plan. You'll recall we actually did have Mike Machado and company come and make a presentation on it before. It has changed since that
was after the first draft had been released.
After the first draft, as I said, they're on the third draft now, and there are issues. We have met with them to try and work through some of the issues. We're having another meeting this week to work through some more of the issues. The real concern, I think, is getting stuff that we can put into the Delta plan.
On that point, Mr. Natoli?
I was going to say that we have a full day session set September 22nd for the
22.
Yeah, for the commission to take up the draft as well as the comments, because as I mentioned earlier when Mr. Ray was giving his presentation, we are having workshops this week and next week, and then have got a process in place for a committee of the commission to, if need be, to work on some refinements with consult based upon the public commentary. And as Joe said, we certainly are going to work very hard to the September goal. It may be October before we are able to. And again, if need be, we'll have another long session. And I appreciate certainly the work that the respective staffs are doing. But again, the work product is one where the commission certainly has to have a role in it and will appropriately when it comes forward for consideration for approval and adoption. So.
And I should say, I doubt that we will be at a point, because of where we're at in the process, that we're going to be able to just adopt the whole economic sustainability plan and incorporate it into the Delta plan. But it is something that we'll want to consider as much as we can now, and probably follow up on after the first of the year.
Okay. Now, Mr. Grindstaff, other points on this discussion?
I think.
Mr. Rogers, bring some blue slips up to me, please. Okay. I should just add one thing. There will be several points during the next couple of months, and Mr. Grindstaff and Mr. Stevens always come into my office to lecture me because I'm the worst offender. There will be several hearings that have legal significance where they politely make it clear to me I may not do what I normally do, which is appear to yell at people to force them to modify their positions and move this thing along to actually reach agreements. They don't quite come out and say you should be quiet, but they certainly suggest that I should be quiet. And look at the two of them. They're looking slightly contrite, but they don't actually feel contrite. They get a considerable amount of pleasure out of telling me I should be quiet. But they're also telling you the same thing when those magic hearings come up, and it has to do with prejudging issues particularly when you've got a public comment period going on. And we are in the middle of our public comment period on the 5th draft of the Delta plan, and then we'll have the EIR stuff. So just a warning, there will be a time. Mr. Stevens will be wearing a tie. It is his sign of serious statements and declarations, and he will look at you askance. He'll lecture me, but he'll look at all of us, and we'll have to be polite, respectful, attentive, but not follow our normal instincts of wanting to cut deals in public because the legal comment periods are not concluded. And it is at the conclusion of the legal comment periods that we can have more meaningful discussions after we have a chance to digest the information. So, that's just no. You don't have to disagree with my characterization of what you told me.
I want that we have.
Felicia.
I've told you that a bunch of times. I think if only so that we're not all here forever. I think just my recommendation on that, and sometimes I bring a little magic wand that people can see when I think they're straying when I'm running a hearing, because it's easy to get into conversation, particularly since we've created what I actually think is a good relationship and fairly informal and open dialogue with everyone who's been coming. I think that's actually a very good thing. But I do think for all of us, it's a great reminder that you just gave in that I don't think we should be quiet, because I think the engagement should be to ask questions and probe the thinking and to suspend whatever our pre-existing judgments might be to really be able to listen, because it's just really hard to listen when you're talking. And so for us, I think the beauty of a public comment period is a chance for us to reflect and ask questions and question even our own assumptions so that we can come out with the best product. So I'm really glad you raised that, and I think given particularly for those of us who are extroverts, it's a little bit hard sometimes because you want to engage. So I stand ready to be wanded too at times. And I invite Mr. Stevens, Joe, or whoever's sitting next to me to tug on my sleeve, or not a spitball, but a little wad of paper would be just fine. Thanks.
Open invitation, gentlemen. Open invitation.
We will bring our wands.
Okay. Okay. We've got a couple of requests to talk before we take the lunch break. Mr. Kingsbury? Yes, sir. There you are. From the Mountain Counties Water Resources Association. Hit that mic. On the base is a little button you push. See where my thumb is right here? Same place on yours, right above that. There you are. Yeah, you're on.
All right, I'm on.
Let's get a mic up at the table, please. Yes, sir.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Eisenberg and council members, and for the opportunity to provide some comment on this process. I'm John Kingsbury. I'm the Executive Director for Mountain Counties Water Resources Association. I represent the water interests of members from all or a portion of 15 of the 58 counties from the southern tip of Lassen down to Fresno, in which in that area there's 8 major watershed areas, and we have 383 miles of wild and scenic rivers under federal and state law. And we have 59 members, 21 of which are water purveyors, and we also have members from the County of Sierra, County of Placer, Calaveras, and the City of Folsom. And on behalf of the association membership, I'd like to take the moment to highlight a few of our concerns. And I appreciate Keith's comments about the workshop, because I'm going to be able to cut this a little bit shorter. Looking forward to those, one of which had to deal with covered actions. And the questions to the council and also the staff is to try to, with these covered actions, is to try to clarify it. It is vague in the 5th draft, and I'm looking forward to the workshop. Hopefully they'll be able to clarify some of these. But one of the things I'd like to point out is that we may understand and interpret it as it is today, but we need to look down the road 10 years, 20 years, how those folks are going to interpret it. So we would look to have some of these examples actually imprinted in the plan for the future. Also, there's a couple recommendations that we need some clarification on, or they need to be stricken from the plan relevant to the water rights, and that's WRR5 and ERP1 item 2. ERP1 item 2 on page 86 states the council could recommend that the State Board cease issuing water rights permits if the State Board has not completed flow requirements for the Delta by 2013. This leads to uncertainty, and for those who plan to file a permit on a water right. WRR 5 on page 85 says those are requesting a new point of diversion, place of use, or purpose of use that results in a new or increased use of water from the Delta watershed should demonstrate that the project proponents have evaluated and implemented all of other feasible supply alternatives. And I'm concerned about what does feasible mean. And again, there's uncertainty, and this could effectively stop a senior water rights holder in an area of origin in their tracks. We're also concerned about the FPR 12, the public goods charge on page 212. We all recognize the state's broke and we need money, but we're opposed to a statewide public goods charge, and we're looking, this should be this beneficiaries pay concept.
But you wish to define yourself as not a beneficiary subject to the public good charge, right?
That's true.
Okay.
Policy ER P1 on page 113 says that on June 2nd, 2014, to adopt and implement flow objectives for the Delta that are necessary to achieve the co-equal goals. Please keep in mind, what happens to the flows, the upstream tributaries that are the spawning and rearing grounds for the salmon and steelhead? How about the cold water pools held for timely releases for the spawn? What happens to the communities that depend on the water for tourism, recreation, and the economy? And how about hydropower generation? Will this flow regime aimed at improving the Delta create another crisis? Just some thoughts for you to consider. The state has assured a future for the area of origin, as the water rights were filed in the 1920s on behalf of the area of origin by the state. And these rural areas need this assurance, and we need that in the plan for our long-term viability. There's significant redirected impacts in the plan that may very well cripple many of our smaller water purveyors with a future of uncertainty, water moratoriums, and economic and financial hardship. You all have a daunting task in front of you and a tight timeline to finish this plan. However, I hope that you do take the time to develop a clear and fair, equitable, and implementable plan. While there's been definite improvements in the drafts, the fifth draft is still filled with uncertainty and overreaching regulatory authority and oversight. As a member of the statewide Ag-Urban Coalition, I encourage you to consider the Ag-Urban alternate plan and work with the authors and answer questions, ask questions, get the answers, and the pros and cons on each alternative. We all know that you're making very hard decisions, and we hopefully this additional discussion will lead for a better informed decisions for the future of California. And I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fiorini.
John raises a question that I've been mulling over, and that has to do with what is the State Water Board's process for determining water quality flow objectives for the Delta. Is that different than a water quality flow requirement for each tributary? Is there a separate, distinctly separate process for determining delta flows as in contrast to those that are used to determine tributary flows? Because the policy to me is a little unclear.
Joe.
And I think that a brief explanation now would be very much appreciated, but ultimately I think we need to understand this in detail at some later date.
Okay, I will explain what I think I understand, and I'm not sure I understand your question exactly, Randy, but I think maybe my explanation will help. The State Board must, in each of these segments, it's already state law, establish flow standards. And it's been a law for quite a while and was reinforced with the Delta Protection Act. It is not the law, and it would not be right for the State Board to say, well, we're going to establish standards in the Delta that are going to drain the upstream tributaries and cause them not to be able to to meet the standards that are necessary upstream. In fact, that would be really kind of absurd. You're right. If they tried to do that, that's not what I think we're intending here, or what they would do, or what they could do and meet the requirements of the law. But that is why their job is so difficult. They have this incredibly difficult challenge of trying to figure out, okay, we have all this balance of different needs. How do we come up with flow standards that meet the needs of all these people here? And I think the plan deliberately doesn't say this is what you should do and you should emphasize this over this, but it says they need to actually look at the standards. So at least as I understand it, that for them to actually establish a standard in the Delta, they couldn't be met except by draining all of the water that is necessary for other standards that they have established, or other needs that are out there would be counter to the law. Is that what you're asking, Randy?
I'm asking, in the policy, it breaks down ERP1 into A and B. A is a flow standard for the Delta. B is a flow standard for the tributaries. And I'm questioning, why is that bifurcated? Is there a legal reason for it? And two, how do you determine flow standards for the Delta without addressing each requirement for each tributary? It's confusing to me.
Right. That's a good question. I think what we did is we pretty much started with the statute, and that's the way the statute's drafted. In terms of coming up with flow criteria, that's how it was. I mean, we've gone through the difference between criteria and regulatory objectives, but it was bifurcated, and there were different timelines. And I think that Joe's worked pretty closely with the state board staff in terms of looking at their work plan now and kind of tailoring it to what their work plan is. And their work plan was, wasn't it, Joe, by 2014 that they were going to come up with new, they're redoing the basin plan. The basin plan entails a whole bunch of stuff, looking at it holistically. And I think that our date is consistent with their work plan date, and the whole thing was bifurcated in our statute. So I think that's why we broke it down the way we did. Focus in on the Delta first, look at the tributaries second.
The one thing this does do that's different is this policy, and this is a recommendation, by the way. One of the comments that Chris didn't talk about, the Office of Administrative Law said, well, this whole long policy you have written here really amounts to you're going to evaluate consistency with the plan by using standards established by the state board, and all the rest of it's a recommendation and wouldn't be included in the regulatory package that moves forward. And if you'll recall, here at the council we had several discussions about, well, should we combine them because they're the same kind of topic area, and we decided to combine them. In our regulatory package we'll have to separate that out. The one thing that we did different in this recommendation is we said we want the state board to establish enforceable standards. So in the language in the draft plan, it says not just to develop criteria, but implement standards in the Delta, which means they actually become enforceable. In the upstream areas, we don't say that. We just say develop the criteria. And part of that is because it's so difficult to do all of those. And in fact, the state board they hate and have said the only way they could implement the flow standards in the Delta is if they could do a negotiated solution, or they had suddenly appear on their doorstep $30 million and I forget how many staff people, so they could start a water rights proceeding right now. So, and I think our intent was to say, figure out what the standards should be, because that's really necessary. And it's hard to imagine how you could do a long-term deal for BDCP if you don't know what the state board standards are going to be moving forward. And so that would, at least in my mind, one of the reasons for doing it that way was so you could actually say we're going to have a standard that everyone that's a part of that ultimate agreement can know is going to be stable for at least a while. There are no guarantees forever in life, but at least you'd know, well, the state board's not going to open a hearing in 2 years and suddenly change our standards on us before we've even gotten the thing built. So that was part of the reasoning for doing it.
Ms. Marcus?
May help or not, because I think Randy's question is totally logical, but in all of the, and it might be helpful for us to have a one-pager on this, as the state board considers the delta flow standards, they have to look at the tributaries too, because part of what takes them so long is that they do have to make sure they're not treading on the up, but they can't bring it to closure. So it's kind of an iterative, they're going to have to look at the whole thing, and then what do they bring to what stage, which is what I think Joe was explaining, that what we're just recommending that they get to the standards and the criteria stage by a certain time, but they can't do the standard stage unless they're looking at the whole thing. But it'd be good to get from them sort of their checklist of what they need to do.
Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, I think the state board has provided, and we'll look at and see if we can provide it to you, a one-pager on this exact issue, on the timing, what the difference is between a regulatory objective, how it fits into the update of the basin plan as opposed to a criteria, which was outlined in the statute, and we'll see if we can pull that up.
We have gotten bits and pieces from the Water Board at various meetings in the past, but it probably would be useful, and I think they called it their Bay Delta Work Plan. That may not be the right title, but we had a presentation, and I can't remember which of the Water Board folks were over a number of months ago, and they had laid out I think they had just adopted the work plan. That's my recollection, or we're about to adopt the work plan, which was projected a couple of years out in the future. And they said, look, we're doing the San Joaquin River now. We'll complete that by, forgive me, I don't remember the date, next year or something like that. Then we're moving on. And they gave us a list of potential, not absolute, potential tributary streams for later action. Now, see, I think the problem is we never consolidated all that clearly. Yes, we consulted with them on the language and the dates and so on, and they always say we need more money and more staff to do anything, but they have a legal obligation to set water quality standards and periodically update it, I believe. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, so I agree we need a briefing paper. It may require more than one page, but what I'd like is a clear explanation of what the development process is for these two flow standards that are suggested here. What the implementation requirements would be on upstream agencies in regards to the first deadline, the Delta flow standards, and then what are the enforcement mechanisms that occur after that?
Yeah, and probably we need to have an updated answer because we had an awful lot of testimony from some of the interested parties that they wanted to make sure that our recommendations were focused at water quality standards, not at public trust standards. If you remember that debate, which some of the people said public trust standards we don't like, but water quality might be appropriate.
I seem to recall that debate.
Yes, I do recall the debate.
And I don't know, putting ideas on the table, but we may want to invite somebody from the state board to actually give a presentation
That's
on
fine.
the process
fine.
rather than us trying to.
Sure.
I think that would be good.
Because it's obviously an important point.
And it makes the state board really nervous. I talked to Tom Howard, who actually gave me the language, and which I said publicly. And he said, well, Joe, I gave you that, but based on he was really nervous about the fact that that he gave us the language that we have here because
and that led the staff of the various regional boards and the state board then write us a letter saying nothing can be done unless money and staff is provided, and so on, which is pretty much what all public agencies are saying to any question these days.
Yes.
What I'm looking for is clarity that, and I think the briefing paper will be useful as an appendices to shed clarity on what it is that our policy is asking for and how it will look in when it's applied.
This and just touching back again on the conversation we had about the rulemaking process, this will dovetail nicely, because it will provide the rationale that you're asking for and that we will need to include in our package. So we'll work on that and see if we can arrange with somebody from the State Board to come and give a clear and concise answer.
Okay, good. Ms. Lopez, I noticed you put down number 10, item 10, crossed it out, put in 12. Do you want to talk now to us? If you don't mind, that'd be fine. Thank you. Get you in before lunch. Ms. Lopez from the Calaveras County Water District.
And I know everyone wants to go to lunch, so I will try to be brief. First of all, we want to thank the Delta Stewardship Council and the staff for all the engagement that we've had throughout this process. As you know, we work with the Ag-Urban Group, and we continue to work with them, and we're very encouraged by some of the discussion today about workshops and Council members' Marcus' comment about the role of the Delta Stewardship Council. Now, John Kingsbury spoke for the Mountain Counties Water Resource Association, and CCWD is a member of that. And he covers some of the broader concerns, and I'm going to give you some specific impact. And before I can do that, I want to tell you a little bit about Calaveras County. Some of you know the area, some of you don't. We're located in the Sierra foothills. We're about 1,100 square mile, 50,000 population, not a lot of people, rural community. So there's a lot of land. And we're rich in water. We have 3 watersheds, McCollum, Stanislaus, and Calaveras. And we're not using all the water today, but we have every plan to use that water. We provide water and wastewater service to our community. We also own a 240 megawatt hydropower generation facility, the North Fork Project. And we have a lot of need for the water, whether it be for hydropower generation or for ag or for consumption of our community members. And if you look at our urban water management plan, we do have specific plans to use all of that water. And to give you a little snapshot about the economy of the Calaveras County, it's very bleak. We were just ranked by the Associated Press Economic Stress Index as the 19th in the nation of the most stressed counties. So we are in dire need of responsible development, and water is critical to that. We support the Delta Plan. We know that there's a need for a plan. We support your efforts. But because of the impact that we've identified, we cannot support the 5th draft in its current form. Because what that means for Calaveras County and our community is higher water rates, less water available, and ultimately our economy will be destroyed. And that's not an exaggeration because of some of the things that I just laid out for you. There are 4 key elements, and I'm just going to focus on one today, that make this plan something that we can support today. And we look forward to working with you and your staff to where we can all get behind the Delta Plan in its final form. The first one is impact to water rights, specifically area of origin and senior rights. Second, the overemphasis on the flow criteria. The covered action, lack of clarity as to what constitutes covered action. And the finance, recognizing that it's a recommendation, but anything that you put into print carries quite a bit of weight. And we want the options to be fully vetted before concepts can become actual options. So going back to water rights, the statute couldn't be more clear as to the area of origin. And if you'll indulge me a little bit, there's 2 parts I just want to read excerpts from. And that's in the statute, Water Code Section 85031A and D. And in 8 says, this division does not diminish, impair, or otherwise affect in any manner whatsoever any area of origin, watershed of origin, county of origin, or any other water rights protection. And in D it says, nothing in this division supersedes, reduces, or otherwise affect existing legal protections, both procedural and substantive, relating to the State Board's regulation of diversion and use of water, including but not limited to water right priorities, protection provided to municipal interest. And nothing in this division expands or otherwise alters the Board's existing authority to regulate the diversion and use of water or the Court's existing concurrent jurisdiction over California water rights. And John Kingsbury laid out to you ERP1 as well as the recommendation. And ERP1 appears in 3 different chapters throughout the plan. And what that means is if by 2013, which is pretty near future, if the State Board doesn't look like it's going to meet its deadline, all water rights issuance will cease. That makes planning for agencies such as mine impossible because while we have a lot of water and while we have a lot of need, we are still working on permitting that water and licensing the water. And everything that we plan for the economic development and recovery of our region is completely turned upside down and in the middle of uncertainty. Congressman Dan Lundgren has been out to our community quite a bit. As you know, he is a co-chair of the Wine Caucus, and we are an emerging wine country. And in the western portion of our county, we have a lot of land, and we have a lot of water available. We don't have the infrastructure, so if we can identify actual ag community and participants, we know that there's a lot of opportunities there. We also have a lot of wineries currently in the Highway 4 corridor. And working with the Wine Growers Association and working with the congressman, we are very excited about what the future might hold for the county. And it's not just for the economic recovery of the county, but we have talked with many experts in the ag industry throughout the state and in the country, and they said in California, Calaveras County is one of the last and the best area for ag development. And so it is good for the economy of California. And that's why we are full court press on trying to realize all the plans that we have. And the fact that water rights are in such limbo right now, again, throws us into an area of uncertainty. We don't know which way to plan anymore, and if it's a meaningful kind of planning.
Ms. Lopez, let me just ask you a couple questions. How much water is currently used on an annual basis within the district for any purpose whatsoever?
Total, it's very small compared to the water that we have available. And that's where we're concerned.
Just tell me the amount, so I know what's the number, acre feet or...
For the entire county in a year, about 15,000 acre feet.
50,000 acre feet, okay. And what is, you said the entire amount of water available to us, how much is that?
And we haven't gone to permitting yet on some of this stuff, but we have 3 different watersheds. Off the Calaveras River, we have about 30,000 acre feet.
That's part of your current permitted water right or something?
It is not permitted.
Okay, it's an application.
Right.
Okay.
And off of the McCallum, about another 20 to 25,000 acre feet. And off of the Stanislaus, including hydropower, we have total about 90,000.
Okay, so essentially you're asking for 120 or 150,000 additional acre feet of water for potential growth.
Right. And we understand and we want to work with people that have the need. We want to work with the needs of the environment. But we do want to have a full discussion because we do have plans that says we are going to use all that water. Now, if we're being asked to not use all of it for whatever the reason may be, we are not completely closed off to that. But we want to be part of that discussion and be able to debate the importance because right now we're not there. We're basically told we don't know what to expect. And uncertainty is just as bad news. And that's where we're at. In order for us to plan and plan meaningfully, we need to know what reality we're living with.
Well, but isn't that why you've submitted applications?
We haven't submitted an application on all of them yet.
But if you were to access the additional water, you would be required to submit an application to the water board?
Right.
A water right, as you assert it, does not automatically give you the right to put a pipe into a river and take out anything you want. You have to go through the process, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
And not only the economic need of the county, but we have severely overdrafted groundwater basin. Our west portion of the county overlies eastern San Joaquin, but we have failing wells throughout our entire service area. Again, 1,100 square miles of service area with failing wells. Not only do we have failing wells, but we have severe water quality issue. Arsenic, iron, manganese exceed state and federal level. For this reason, we've been working with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, USGS, variety of stakeholders in our region to look at conjunctive use, look at groundwater recharge, look at ecosystem restoration. We also have a lot of stream and dry beds that all dried up. And we have identified 2 endangered species that are affected by this. And so there's a lot of need in multiple ways that we have. And the fact that the water rights and all the process that we know to be true, the Air of Origin, which is a grand compromise of the 1920s that really shaped the water picture that we know today. That was something that we rely on. And to have that be completely taken off the table is a huge concern for us.
Mr. Grindstaff.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up and ask because what I think I hear is the concern about the recommendation that the council meet in 2013 and consider what actions to take if the state board doesn't follow through and doesn't appear that they're going to meet their deadlines. Because for the upper watershed, the legislation actually has deadlines that are more aggressive. It's supposed to be January 1st of 2018. And so you're not objecting to that part of the plan. What you're saying is you don't want the council to say that they'll meet and consider other things because you think that puts some question on what might happen. Am I understanding?
Yes.
That's okay.
Because we do recognize in the statute the flow criteria is required, but to put these leverage to get the state board to do it, which affects the area of origin, that's where we take issue. Because anything that has to do with the area of origin, the statute's very clear that nothing changes. That the 2009 Delta Reform Act does not change the area of origin protections and the water rights procedure as we know them today.
But the area of origin protection is subject to the constitutional provisions of California.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you're not entitled to unreasonably use water.
Right.
You may not waste water. And in fact, you have to apply it beneficially.
Absolutely, and we don't argue
Yeah.
with that at all. We
Okay.
recognize that, but we are speaking specifically to the policy that's in the Delta plan.
So it's the second one that you're concerned about, that the council might recommend to the state board that they stop issuing water rights permits if they don't meet their deadline.
Yes, and so putting any kind of condition, as I said, whether it's that or even the recommendation that John Kingsbury talked about, that any kind of diversion, now you need to show that you've done all things feasible to explore their supply option. And we take issue with even a recommendation like that, because when we get ready to go to permitting and more will be required, let's say to do efficiency measures, and it may not be cost effective right now, and that's why we don't do them, but if what is considered feasible, if you have to do all these measures, then where do we get the funds to support those kinds of programs? So that's another key concern, is that what additional procedures and layers and requirements are going to be placed when we go to application of these permits. Again,
So it's not that we would impose them, but if we set it, it would be a recommendation, and the state board might then impose
Absolutely.
additional things. Okay.
Right. And that also applies to the hydropower generation, and that's where we're concerned, is that we go through the FERC process, but if there are additional things that are asked, those are all cost, and cost that we have not budgeted for, and clearly cost that this economy, particularly in our county, cannot support. So again, I appreciate the chance to comment.
Thank you.
And to give you a local example of some of the broader impacts that were discussed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pete Compa from the Tuolumne Utility District. Yes, sir. Yeah, Ms. Marcus.
Take a lot of time. I thought it was very interesting and a lot to think about. I also think one of the things that we need to beef up in the plan is this whole description of water rights, the layers and stuff. I mean, this should be an educational document too. I know we're trying to keep it shorter, but I think we need to be able to explain what area of origin, pre-14, senior versus junior, et cetera, the whole context that makes this.
I'm in favor of doing that too. I predict it will lead to 4 additional meetings where 100 lawyers are telling us we're not saying it in the way that they demand that we do, but I'm in favor of it. Yes, sir.
I believe it's good afternoon now.
Not quite. Well, 1 minute. Yes.
Chairman Eisenberg, members of the council, thank you very much for the opportunity to be before you today. This is my first opportunity to make it to your meetings. We've been, as well as June Lopez and Calaveras County Water District, the Tuolumne Utilities District is very similar in location and nature to the Calaveras County folks. We serve between the Tuolumne and Stanislaus Rivers and Alpine County and Stanislaus County. So we have a very large service area, and also only 44,000 customers. We also have an emerging wine ag interest, as well as many other agricultural interests, and the county is suffering the same economic downturn as we are seeing throughout the state and throughout the country, but our rural areas are significantly impacted also. We have a very significant interest in both the Tuolumne and Stanislaus River watersheds, and I early on in discussions with your staff and council members, we were encouraged strongly to take an active role, because this is really the first time that it's there's been a significant interest upstream of the Delta. And we are very concerned. We don't have the representation, and I think that was what June alluded to in her citations in the code that did provide some of the protections. And we were encouraged to participate and develop some alternate language and get involved. And at the same time, the Association of California Water Agencies was working on that very effort, and we joined in with a very, very energetic, very articulate, very understanding group of people in the Ag Urban 2 process, and we've been active in that from the very beginning. And I can strongly support from our agency as well as agencies throughout the foothills the recommendations in the alternate plan, and would strongly encourage your board to consider those. In addition,
well, they're already being reviewed. We've agreed to include them in the environmental impact report.
Right, I understand that. I'm looking to amplify the level of effort that went into this from water managers, attorneys, policy advisors throughout the state of California, from the foothills to the coast, in the Delta, south of the Delta, north of the Delta. It's the first time in my career that we've sat down in that venue and had such cooperation and such good, vibrant discussion, and come to agreement on some very, very sensitive issues that have not been agreed upon before. And so I think that voice should speak very loudly in your deliberations and in your consideration of the EIR.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Rogers, do you have any other blue slips at this time? Okay, we're going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, to continue with the agenda. Thank you very much. Meeting in recess. One minute.
Then they put a barrier inside, so you can only go so far. Now they got a barrier outside by the crossguard. Now you can't even drive in. Right. Well, Brandon Island had a nice little set of docks. Well, I don't know. Yeah, when I you know where the ramp is? Okay, well, just past that, they had a little cove.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your seat. The Delta Stewardship Council is called back into order. And members, did any questions of any kind occur to you during lunch? All right, there is a research project that Ms. Marcus and I have been exploring. She advised me that in one of her Delta explorations, she learned on great authority that the origin of a martini was in the city of Martinez. I said I wanted to see the authorities on that, and I knew, Mr. Grindstaff, that you and others would be able to establish the authority and answer that question for us, if not later today, at least at some point in time. Ms. Marcus, I asked them the question on Martini and Martinez. Okay.
My honor is at stake.
Yes.
So.
No, it's not your honor. I just said, just verify this, because if it's true, it's a big talking point. A big talking point.
There'll be a field trip.
A field trip, right. Okay, members, if you would turn to item number 11, please. Item number 11. And this is Mr. Nickel and Mr. Miller, who have prepared a matrix of I think it's called finance matrix, but it's trying to take what's in Chapter 9 of the Delta Plan now, the finance plan, and give a little more life to it, looking to a time period from now until, 2025. So, gentlemen, who wants to start? Mr. Miller.
Pardon me, I'm eating the free candy.
The free candy. Raise the microphone a bit, if you would, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
There we go. And I'll get it closer, too. Your packets have three tables that I'll walk you through. And then Eric has he has the big table that he will walk you through. In context, for the purpose of context, I want to say a couple things before we get into these numbers. The process involved with evaluating all these different ideas and things. Next month, the council submits its budget change proposals to finance. Those are due in mid-September. That'll be our proposal for our operation budget for the 2012-2013 fiscal year. The second idea to keep in mind is that we're developing numbers, fiscal data, things like that, to be included in the Delta plan itself, and then ultimately in probably a separate finance plan later. So that's a second idea that we're working on. The third is that in April, the council will be required to do a zero-based budget, which sort of means we start with fresh eyes and can recharacterize a lot of things that we've agreed to or adopted up until that point. And so that comes up in April. So we're kind of doing this hop, skip, and jump through these things. But the main goal in especially Eric's workload is to what do we include in Chapter 9 in the Delta plan itself. But my point here and my purpose will be to go through these three different items to give you some context of where we're going to find these data and information that we're going to need for display purposes in the plan and forward. So we start with a cross-cut budget, which is the CalFed report from the old days, but we're still doing that assessment twice a year in January using data adopted in the fiscal year budget from the previous July. And then we update it in July for the new data that comes in following adoption of in this case, the budget was adopted in June of 2011. The cross-cut budget is based on the program elements that were part of the CalFed program back when. You'll see displayed the conveyance, eco, and levy system integrity, all those items that were familiar to most of you from those days. You'll see displayed for each of the program elements fund items and a code and a number next to it, all in the millions. And to our great joy, we found out a couple days ago that we have data behind all those fund item numbers, which are on a project-by-project basis, geographic location, fund source, and the agency responsible for doing the work. This is on the state side of the ledger. So we're going to be looking at that database in the next week or two to figure out how much information we want to push out to give to you for a look-see, see what we got. And if you want to characterize it in some formal document, we can do that later on. My guess, in talking to the database manager, is this is probably going to be a 50 or 60-page document with row after row of projects and things like that. That's just for one fiscal year. We have data for each fiscal year going back probably 7 or 8 years now by project. So we have quite a interesting catalog and database for all these things, but we want the most current snapshot, which is the 2011-2012 numbers. This report is put together by John Ryan's group in our office, and the interesting about it is the data that is behind these numbers is uploaded by the agencies themselves directly into our database using some software that they developed and a protocol for putting the numbers in there. And so each agency, when the due date comes by, uploads the data, and John organizes it, massages it, and they print the report as a summary. So that cooperation level has been very good for all the agencies involved in producing this report. So that's about all I want to say about the CalFed crosscut. This gives you an idea of one of the tools we have as far as getting numbers together for you. The next, there's 3 pages titled Draft 5-Year Budgets, underlined for discussion only. These are the kind of reports that staff and management produce when they're sitting around with wild-eyed ideas and visions in their head.
You mean you've just left the governor's office where the governor and the legislative leader says, we're going to do this, we're going to do good, and in water, and work out the details.
And we take it to
And
heart
this is
and
what you
produce
do.
things like this. Yeah, exactly. So, first, page 1 and the top half of page 2 are sparse. We will probably fill these in sooner or later, but we're going to need some data help from the agencies specified in the bold print, in this case, Water Resources, Fish and Game, and the State Board. When we get over to page 2 in the middle, we've got the council, our initial shot at what our budget might look like going forward in 2012, 2013. It's true that I think for now I need to explain the IEP line is probably going to be massaged some in terms of funding for the interagency ecological program. And the studies and grants money, this all depends on funding. If we have sources of funding to do these things, we have a placeholder there for the $20 million over time. That would probably mostly be science-related studies and grants. On the revenue side, in order to balance the expenditure side, we have clever little accounts called reimbursements and unidentified, always a favorite. That's the residual item. In a perfect world, you might say it might be a fee-driven source, or you might be, I don't know, lottery winnings, something like that. But in any case, this is a work in progress. These gaps will be filled in and massaged over time. That $39 million figure for council operations will certainly be somewhat less than the upcoming budget, but this is our first shot at it.
And I want to add, when you look at this, you see $9.9 million for other studies outside sources. This is a weird way we budget in the state, where it actually says how much money you're authorized to take in from other parties if they give it to you to do other studies. It's not actually how much money we have and actually spend. It's the authorization that we have to take in money from other people, and we periodically get that.
So we've had requests from federal agencies to have us
Federal and
organize
state
seminars,
agencies
focus groups, and so on. They give us $1,300,000 to pay for it.
Probably we don't
or
get,
whatever it is.
Yeah, it's. I would say that it's probably been averaging $1 million to $1.5 million a year. Every year, but we have authorization, as I say.
You mean CalFed through our existence?
Through our existence, it's probably on that order.
Overwhelmingly science program, collective stuff.
Overwhelmingly, we actually got $750,000 a year or two ago to work on program performance to do the monitoring of how much money is being spent, so we could do that cross-cut budget and track all of the projects. So it's not just science.
Okay, so this is simply an illustration of how you approach issues like this. It is not a staff proposal that these are the dollar figures you automatically think in the years indicated. You haven't gotten that far.
No, not at all. We disavow anything.
You can't confirm or deny.
I'll disavow.
That's true. Yeah, we need to start somewhere, and this is where we started. So we're rolling along.
Okay.
The final display table is the general obligation bond debt for the state of California. These numbers, the balances for Proposition 84 are current as of just a week ago. New numbers came in, and those numbers are up to date. The other proposition balances will be available in the next week or two as agency finishes their assessment of the budget spending for this past one that's adopted. In any event, it's very simple. The authorized amounts for each proposition are listed in a column. What has been spent to date and committed and or appropriated is in the third column, and the fourth shows the remaining balance as of January for everyone except 84. Now, these balances, be clear that while Prop 84 shows $924 million in balances, it covers a lot of things. The stormwater cleanup, drinking water projects down to the South San Joaquin, integrated regional management. You're all familiar with these things. So over time, we will break down these residual balances and try to get them into a Delta-centric universe that makes sense to us. We'll omit LA River and take a lot of those things out and come up with a balance and account details that will help you understand what the actual lay of the land is. So.
Okay. Now, Mr. Nickel, you've got a piece that follows, it really follows the narrative we've written in the 5th version of the Delta Plan, Chapter 9, the financing section. And members, if you want to just remind yourself, it starts at page 205 in the Delta Plan. That's the chapter. But what in the 5th draft, apart from some principles and so on, user pay, beneficiary pay, blah, 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 it's the staff attempt to try to figure out what's spent annually in California today for generic water system operations, federal, state, local. And that's pretty revealing. That's on page 207. Now, I don't know, Mr. Nickel, you and Mr. Miller and others were involved in this. There is obviously uncertainty in these figures, but the amount is at least shown here. Operational money for the collective system, singular, is about $25 billion here, and this is based on what year were you looking at, if you remember, Joe?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was either an average or it was a 5-year to average or something. And then capital, non-operating for various entities was about $4 billion. So the universe that's out there, not our universe for the Delta Stewardship Council, but the universe of activities that are arguable to run, maintain the entire complex of water stuff, from federal involvement on some things down to local agencies, is roughly $30 billion a year, small capital. Now, some years it goes up. You get a year like Prop 1E passed. The state rolled $5 or $6 billion into flood emergency work, which shot the capital improvement up in that year. But if this average is anywhere right, that's the universe we start on. And then you guys go on and we've got other information, including some projections about what we know today might be the implications of BDCP as it is being discussed today, not as it will be. And then we had the little section about immediate needs. And of course, I like the notion of talking about immediate needs, because after a while I get tired of just theoretical discussions. And I like the principles that urgent expenditures for water reliability and ecosystem protection meets the co-equal goal. Funding a strong Delta science program, which everybody seems to check off with generically, is probably the most important. And then continuing the existing operational duties by the Delta Reform Act. And I think that's the right priority. Personally, in that order. Then, Mr. Nichols, whether we put something like this in the Delta Plan or not, why don't you tell us what this chart is?
Okay. So the chart before you, and maybe just before I jump into that, we're working on a couple of efforts that are sort of dovetailing together and maybe don't always overlap perfectly. But as Kurt had alluded to, we're working on trying to cost out a lot of the programs and projects that are being undertaken in the Delta by state efforts, federal efforts, local efforts, et cetera. And then we're also trying to cost out the policies and recommendations in the Delta Plan itself. And because those have been somewhat fluid as we've developed the Delta Plan, we haven't got a lot of progress on that. But I've heard, I think, from some of the council members that there's an interest in making sure we address that. So I think what this attempt is that you see before you today in what we're calling immediate actions is this is an attempt to outline what activities and actions can be undertaken in the near term. It's kind of building upon the immediate needs concept that's highlighted in page 208 of the 5th draft. What activities could be implemented to get concrete, achievable results between now and roughly 2025. So I know we've had a few dates being thrown out. What is near term? Is that 5-year, 10-year, 15? I think we just threw this out as for discussion purposes from now till 2025. And so the way we've laid this table out, and we can go through each line, but organizationally, you'll see in the third column to the right policy area, I've just tried to break out some of the major proposals or concepts per each of the major policy areas.
You mean within the Delta Plan?
Within the Delta Plan. So this doesn't necessarily cover everything that you would believe should pop out of the Delta Plan. That, again, will be costing out those policies and recommendations in our subsequent efforts. But this is to try to highlight the major things that we think we want to bring to the Council's attention.
Pick one of these action items, and talk about how you envision it playing out. I mean, maybe take the first one, the water supply reliability, improve regional self-reliance.
Sure. So for the first one there, I think it's a great concept in terms of water supply reliability. We want to improve regional reliance. We want to improve supply or supply reliability. But what are the actions that could actually be undertaken in the very short term? And things like developing new storage facilities and things are rather more of a long-term efforts. And so because the Department of Water Resources has their integrated regional water management program where they solicit grants and plans proposed by local agencies that have a lot of very good projects highlighted and outlined as to how they might achieve regional, maybe not self-sufficiency, but working towards that with their particular water supply, water conservation projects. So in the short term, because DWR already has a program up and running to fund these types of plans, in fact, they just, I believe, $200 and some million were just released this last month by DWR for these types. So highlighting this type of project would presumably get the state towards one of the co-equal goals of improving water supply reliability by allowing the locals and regions to implement some of these plans they've identified, they've highlighted as important, and then they can start getting these things up and running.
So you've got a column here that says scope. So tell me about the scope you've described for this first item, and talk through that a bit.
Okay, so the scope, roughly what I've just sort of ran through, was because DWR has already developed a program that allows for these types of proposals to be submitted by locals. The scope would essentially be to ensure that there's adequate funding to continue allowing these to occur. Is that what
but you don't end there, because your last clause is favoring regional self-sufficient projects that decrease reliance on the Delta.
Right.
And so this is, if I understand this correctly, this is an attempt to tie in the new legislation that's not yet reflected in the existing DWR integrated regional plan, with the Delta plan to be adopted, and the thematic that this is always controversial in spending bond funds, which is largely what we talk about, the notion that the state would try to serve a statewide purpose in granting money to locals. Traditionally, it's been viewed as, well, it's just good to give money to locals and wonderful things will happen.
Right. So, yeah, we're attempting to tie the co-equal goals into that. So, as you say, I didn't say it well, but perhaps I hadn't thought about it yet. But it was our attempt to make sure that these aren't just simply viewed as regional projects, but they are helping the state move towards the achievement of the co-equal goal of reducing Delta reliance and providing additional water supply reliability.
And I understand this is a very first cut, very preliminary, and it's not anywhere near a finished product. Do you have any thoughts about the subcategories of items that might be worth thinking about under this large category of regional self-reliance?
In terms of the types of projects that we might see?
Types of projects. Later down, for example, you do have more details on some things, and it gives a nice sense of reality to try to tie in, for example, and this is jumping ahead, the identified 5 areas that have ecosystem restoration potential.
Right.
Which is the 5 areas here. It's in the draft Delta plan. They are either all or most of them are identified as target areas in the BDCP planning process, the multi-state and federal agency ecosystem restoration plan, and I forget the third one that you put in here in a footnote. I mean, it gives a nice focus to it, and we don't have a focus yet on regional self-reliance. What are you thinking about?
Well, I think we need to flesh that one out, so we do want to take it down to the program and project level. So perhaps, as an example, we might highlight desal or wastewater reuse, treatment and reuse, or groundwater treatment and reuse, things of that nature. I think it's going to be useful for us in our subsequent exercise here to perhaps dig through some of these integrated regional water management plan proposals to find out what are the broad categories. And we just started working with DWR. They've been very helpful in trying to help us come up to speed on what types of projects, programs, and things that we would want to detail.
Eric, I don't remember, but it was either you or it was Joe or somebody last week that told me that somebody at DWR said they've got applications to spend $50 billion worth of state money.
I'll blame Joe. I can't imagine I'd say something like that.
Well, you did? It must have been Joe.
No,
Somebody said that.
I think actually we heard from DWR. They had, in sum total, had received applications that I believe could have added up to approximately $50 billion in regional projects.
I mean, in some sense, if the Delta Plan doesn't do anything else, at least in this near-term action stuff, it's trying to answer the question, are there a focused number of really important things that can and should be done in short order? Or in other words, can we get away from everybody gets to put their important project on a list, it totals 10,000 projects, all of them are equally important, all state and federal agencies pursue their own sole purpose activity. There is no, if everything's equally important, nothing's important. And this is an attempt to try to focus down to things, if the governor and the legislature thought it was wise, could actually be done in short order, as opposed to waiting for the big miracle solution at the end of some mysterious process decades from now.
Sure.
I like that attitude.
And we do want to try to learn a bit more from DWR as to how they prioritize these projects, what criteria and process they went through.
Walk us through number 2, the water supply reliability, which has a different focus. This is mostly state water project focus, right?
Yes, and this one probably needs a lot of work, just to preface that, but we've been discussing this item with DWR as well. The intent was, looking at the state water project as an example, what could be done to it in the near term to improve its reliability? And so, there's been thoughts that perhaps addressing some of the issues like aqueduct subsidence or any other maintenance of existing facilities, critical repairs, things of that nature. And interestingly enough, although we do need to have more discussions with them, so I don't want to paint them in a corner, but they've highlighted state water project operator employee recruitment and retention as one of their most critical issues. So apparently it's a rather specialized field. DWR, and I'm sure they can correct me if I'm wrong, they train, recruit and train a lot of people for this work, and then they leave as soon as they're trained to go off to other utilities and pay quite a bit more. So it's a problem. So my understanding is just to operate the facility as often as it could be operated for exports, that's an issue.
I like the sound of improving the reliability of the existing system. I understand the political battle about the system to come, the new Delta export facility and all that goes with it. But I want to know what happens to protect the existing system during the next 15, 18, 20 years, however long it takes to complete whatever is going to be completed. I'm open on the notion of recruitment, but I thought DWR's problem was that until they got the hiring freeze lifted, they couldn't fill vacancies rapidly. That was solved, wasn't it, Joe?
Yes, that problem has been resolved, but they do have an ongoing, long-standing problem of recruitment and being able to retain some key positions. So I'm personally familiar with the dispatcher position.
Yeah.
As you know, DWR operates a very complex system. Power generation, dispatching power to different places, dealing with water. And one of the key challenges that they face is that as they get people trained in that position, for example, they can go work for another utility and make far more money. And so their average experience had decreased in that office for the actual dispatchers, as I recall, from something like 10 or 15 years average experience down to 1 to 1.5 years of average experience because people were being recruited away. and the details have kind of slipped. And I'm getting older, but
I saw a slideshow, or you guys, DWR either gave it to us or they presented it to us months ago, that pointed out that the staffing problems had limited their ability to respond. I think in 2010, it could be wrong, and a certain amount of water that could have been shipped for storage or use was not. Because, Randy, do you know?
I want to talk about the finance plan. I don't want to talk about this.
Well, but the point is, simply saying let's pay more money to people at DWR has nothing attractive to it by itself. If it does not result in improved water system reliability or ecosystem or some recognition of Delta purposes, it's just, that's nice, but there's no social purpose for us. And I'm interested in knowing, in this reliability stuff, what could be done in short order to make more efficient the existing system. And that would be worth spending some money on. So the next one was the operation and maintenance stuff. Does DWR have a 5-year operation and maintenance plan?
My understanding is they have, each region has 5-year plans, I believe, or something to that effect. But system-wide, they're working on an assessment of the entire system right now, both the extent or status of the facilities as well as a seismic study.
Well, but that's not a state cost, right? The State Water Project is paid for, like Angela says, 97% by contractor payments. Randy.
I want to redirect the conversation. In terms of a finance plan, and in keeping with our role as a coordinator and a synthesizer, you've been asked to identify all of the actions in the Delta and to develop a worksheet that identifies what's currently in place, approximately what the costs are, and then to begin to project what the Delta plan would call for and anticipate what kinds of expenses that would amount to. Then it's my understanding that the next step would be then to identify the current sources of funding for the current projects, maybe identify whatever shortfalls there may be or unreliable sources, identify the needs for the investments that the Delta plan will call out for. That would then lead us to a conversation about how are we going to fund these things. So what I was hoping today is that we could really focus on what type of a worksheet do we need to develop that will assist us in determining where the shortfalls are in funding, and then lead to a discussion about how would we recommend filling those. So I think the conversation about these details is fine as it relates to the Delta plan, but I would like to use this time to focus on the bigger picture about how we work our way through a financing plan unto wrestling with where do we find the sources for the funding to do the things that we ultimately will call out for in the plan.
So specifically, again, related to the policies and recommendations that will end up in the plan, you want to see a costing of that identified to a funding source.
Yeah, but in addition to that, I'd like to see all of the other agency, and you've already begun that work, determining what other agencies who are active in the Delta are doing and the associated costs with that and where they're receiving their money. Because into the future, I would like to see this worksheet, this become a report card, if you will, or an audit annually that this group would be referencing to determine, what projects have been completed and dropped off, what have been added. How about the sources of funding? The legislation may sunset on a particular source of funding, and what are they going to do about that? Just, again, from our role as a synthesizer, I don't know that occurs anywhere else, and I think it's a really important aspect of all things Delta and water related that we ought to be watching and maybe even offering advice from time to time.
And to that end, Joe did direct us to start working on, we have a variety of spreadsheets, and that's one of them, where we are highlighting all of the other programs and projects at least right now at the program level, of other departments within the state as well as the feds, of their activities in the Delta, what they cost, rough timeline. And right now I've essentially just taken a first stab at it, so there's not a lot of detail, but we are going towards that. Then I also see costing out of the policies and recommendations within the Delta plan as yet another spreadsheet with costs, lead agency, potential funding source, financing mechanism, et cetera. That's another one. So
I
agree with that.
I want to add. I'm
Don
sorry.
first, then Joe.
Well, Joe can respond to Randy's question.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah, well, what I was going to point out is one of the reports that Kurt pointed out, our cross-cut budget actually was an attempt and getting down to a project level basis to show what all of the state and federal agencies were doing. It does not include local agencies. And as he said, the report is 40 pages for 1 year. And so we actually have
And we've been doing that for, CalFed did it before. How long?
CalFed's, actually, when I went to CalFed, we started, they had gathered some information, but that was one of the things we said is we want to actually know how much money we're spending on each project and when it starts, when it ends,
So the cross-cut budget has been around for how long?
It's been around since 2005, I was going to say.
And we have an obligation to continue it.
It's a requirement under federal law, and we're the agency that performs that obligation for all of the agencies.
Don.
Yeah, thank you. I just kind of reflecting on some of the information we heard in Dan Ray's presentation this morning, but also looking at this chart. And one of the things that occurs to me is, and I think it's worth consideration as you're looking at identifying funding, and part of it goes back to the response to one of the questions this morning, how much publicly held land in the Delta. I heard the number 25%, then I heard 10%, so I'm not sure which it is, but we've had different maps that have showed that and so forth. But there is something behind all that beyond bringing those lands into the public realm for whatever particular purposes, and certainly the waterways being a part of that. And that is that if you're looking at ongoing sustaining funding, you may have revenue streams behind some of that, but typically those public lands aren't generating the tax dollars, certainly at the local level, but at the state level and maybe even the federal level, that are important for some of the ongoing revenue streams. You look in the area of recreation, but even in the area of other aspects of activities in the Delta. And I guess part of this, on this chart that you handed out about immediate actions, they're getting down to about number 5 on the ecosystem habitat restoration activities. And the first thing is we're going to need $100 million to go after 10 or 20,000 more acres of land. You bank land, and then it may be put to that particular purpose, and I think people got a bit smarter about trying to see some revenue streams to maybe support some of the ongoing activities. My concern is that I think the bigger picture here is that we talk about stresses on levees, who pays for, and we've had this discussion many times when council's been in session about whose responsibility it is and so forth. Well, reclamation districts typically are made up of the entities that own land behind those levees in large part. They get significant assistance from state and federal sources when there's a crisis and there's some ongoing programs. I guess what part of the analysis here that I think is important, whether it's short-term, mid-term, or long-term, is that if the strategy employed here is to continue to take lands off of the private tax rolls, which generates dollars, and oftentimes not just for the local area, but statewide, and helps some of these activities, that needs to be a part of the consideration, because if it comes out that you've got a full 30 or 40% of the lands ultimately that go into publicly held lands, I'm not saying that's anybody's strategy, but there's plans out there that would take 100, 125, 130,000 acres in addition to what's already been committed. That becomes problematic from a number of different standpoints, not only from acquiring it and then putting it to whatever purpose you're going to put it to, but then what does that do to both the local economy and your ability to maintain and to upgrade, but also to, I think, to the state's ability to continue to fund some of those activities, and whether it's levees, it's habitat protection, recreation, police services, whatever it might be. And so I guess as I look at this chart here in the financing, it's well and fine to say, okay, we identify money so we can go out and do this whole list of projects. I think there needs to be some thought behind this, though, that, and again, maybe that's not the analysis you're bringing us, Eric, or Kurt, but about, okay, if you do this, and we kind of know what the past has brought us. We've got Brandon Island State Park right in the heart of the Delta, and it's on the closure list this year, maybe looking at some different strategies to keep it open, because the state owns it, but we can't afford to keep it open. I think that needs to be a part of the long-term financing, the M&O, and I think the chair said it very accurately this morning. Everybody wants to go forward and check off the list, and we did this X, Y, and Z. But I think we're going to get ourselves in a situation here. It certainly may not be on our watch as members of this council, but over time, that if you continue to build this inventory without and whether you give it to the Conservancy or you have it in private land trusts or in some other public entity's hands, it is going to diminish some of the revenue stream to support some of the local activities, but I think it also affects the state's ability, not just get called upon in a crisis time, but I think ongoing to do that. And so I guess maybe that's not what we're looking for in a financing plan, but in my view, that's one of the things we've gotten ourselves into, and I can certainly speak from a local government standpoint, where you take on a lot of obligations, they accumulate over time, and then the revenue streams either shrink or they dry up altogether, and then you got to make these very tough choices about facilities and about what your priorities are. When we can't have it all, we know that, but I think we need to be very realistic about not only the capital. It's great to have bond money to do certain things, but that doesn't provide that sustainable, ongoing funding, even for the projects that are on the ecosystem side of this thing, or the water supply reliability. Now, we have users that would pay certain fees in and so forth. So I guess kind of in a broader context, and kind of to Randy's point, I think that your financing plan needs to have that component about where is it the dollars are going to sustain some of these activities, and what's the strategy anyway? You may not have to identify dollars because that may be unknown, but I see that being a little bit absent. I mean, and so I guess it's not a criticism as much as just that thought occurred to me, particularly in listening to this thing this morning, the presentation, because that's one piece of it. But so I'd like to point that out. I don't know that would be something we've embodied in this plan or not, but you got to be realistic about what it is you're going to do, but also what is the ultimate result of the action you take. You achieve this one goal, and yet you may diminish your ability to either pay for it or diminish it in some other areas. And so I think for every action, there's going to be a potential reaction, even fiscally. So that's my point.
So perhaps the economic consequences of the actions that we propose or that might be undertaken, and Joe can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the EIR analysis or EIR process that they are looking at the potential economic impacts to businesses or the local economy, for example, of the different proposed actions.
No. I will correct you that it's not the case.
Oh, well, thank you.
And it's not just impacts, but what your needs are going to be ongoing, not just to do what you want to do. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know what your point is, and it's not in the EIR, it's in the Administrative Procedures Act process.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Where we will be looking at economic impact of the actual policies of your regulatory package, but I think Don's point's a different point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, what are you going to need to make this go? And you can't predict all of that, but you get a listing of the inventory, and you can check all those boxes, but there's an ongoing responsibility that goes with that at various levels, and certainly even at the Stewardship Council level for oversight. But
and I think that's why we, in the Delta Plan, call for action to continue on after this to look at ongoing revenue sources that can actually hopefully stabilize and make this plan sustainable over the long term, because going from bond to bond isn't going to work. That said, in the meantime, we have some revenue, and we need to figure out what we want to do with it and how we want to allocate it and prioritize.
Randy? As you break down the costs, I'd recommend you break it into three categories: administrative, operations and maintenance, and capital improvement, so that we can get a handle on those that need to be sustainably financed and those that are occasional, and what categories they are.
Good. That's a good suggestion. Felicia, did you? Okay. Don? Okay. All right. Mr. Fiorini.
Thank you for indulging me. I'm done.
Can I make a couple comments? I skimmed through this chart this morning. On the footnote section, you started in 6B by referencing parts of the Delta plan to which a discussion might apply, or a suggestion, or a category, or something like that. I like that approach, whether it's in a footnote. I don't care how it appears, but I like the fact you were trying to match up the recommendations or a policy, if it's a policy, in the draft Delta plan to a matrix like this, because it allows us to say, oh yeah, that's right, or that's wrong. And that kind of jumped out at me. That's a good tool, I think, to use collectively.
Okay, I can add that.
Can we just scatter and ask questions? Ms. Marcus.
I just want to make one point. I appreciate this. This is a really hard thing to do, so thanks for showing it to us early, and I probably have more thoughts once I think about it a little bit more. I mean, I think part of the challenge that you have also is you're doing the right thing by looking at what's in the plan, but we're not there yet in the plan, so talking format makes sense. I mean, for my 2 cents, and I talked with the chair and some of the staff about it, I think we need to get much deeper into immediate actions in the plan itself. So I don't think we're done by any means. So not that your task isn't hard enough. It should get harder if we do our job more assiduously, because I really think we need to be thinking more about what needs to happen first and prioritizing. So both Kurt and your presentation, Eric, just highlight the fact that it's good that we're getting to this effort, because there's a synergy between those two things. And I think we're in the phase of the plan where we can now dig in to what's missing, because these issues are so important. We really need to be thinking about the highest priorities and what are the things that can really happen first that will make sense, not just the list that everybody gives us of their wish lists and their priorities, which is valuable. I'm not negating it. Our job is to set the state priorities and give some direction. And so I think that's the real meat of it. So what you've said has stimulated a lot of thought, and I'm now going to go get another cup of coffee to hopefully be more productive after lunch.
On item number 7, Mr. Nickel, $100 million earmarked to begin upgrades to the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility. Did you intend that be state money donated to it, or is it merely a dollar figure associated with beginning?
I think that was just a dollar figure associated with early activities, but not apportioned out to any particular.
But back to Randy's point, at some point you have to start developing approaches to how the funds would be raised, which raises the ugly question of, what should be state cost-sharing ratios in appropriate situations. And those are really tough questions, but they're fundamental. Mm-hmm. They're fundamental. They're particularly on capital construction that has both individual or private benefits and public benefits. That's flood and levee is a classic case. So as it goes through, if you guys have suggestions or alternatives or options, that's what Randy's saying. At some point, it's fine to have the list for immediate actions, but then you have to start refining. How do we get there in a realistic way? And I don't mean the way that says it's 100% federal money because the state and locals like that, because that isn't even a wish. That's how we do the state budget occasionally on receipt of federal money. We predict what we'd like and expect to get nothing. And I'd like this to be more real. I'm like Randy. I want to see something real.
Mr. Chair, just on, since you were on number 7, absent either state or federal dollars, the preponderance of that is going to fall to the ratepayers of the folks in the district. I mean, and unless there are bond monies or some other monies that are available for that particular, and that is certainly in the near-term actions, because the permit hasn't been issued yet. But speaking from some insight on that particular matter, that work we've already undertaken. We've already raised rates in advance, to do the planning and work up on that, right. And so $100 million would go some of the ways, but there's a lot more to it. But you can't just presume it's going to be federal or state dollars. At this point, we're taking the approach at the district that we're going to.
There's a bill in, I haven't heard if the governor's addressed it yet. This was the one about allowing the wastewater district to have water rights and allowing them to market the treated water. Mr. Miller, is there any act? I haven't heard of anything. I assume I would have.
It's in its original house.
Could you use the microphone, please?
I believe it's in its original house.
This is back to the Senate.
Stuck there. Yeah, it's Mr. Dickinson's bill, as I recall.
I think it passed yesterday.
I think it passed the Senate. It's back in the Assembly.
Well,
No?
the bill he passed yesterday was the seed money for.
Oh, but the 134 was the one that's on the water.
I thought it passed.
Oh, I thought you may be right.
Well, let's look at Mr. Miller's
look at my
summary of
report.
legislation under file item. What, Mr. Miller? And the bill number
It's under
is
M.
Assembly Bill.
For Miller, I don't know.
Do you remember the bill number?
134.
No.
No.
Is it AB 134?
There's 70 of them there, I think.
134.
134.
There you go.
First page, second one.
I didn't bring my own copy with me.
Ordered to third reading. Okay.
Well, Linda's here from the district. Didn't the bill pass, Linda?
Yes.
Hey,
It's at the governor's office.
is at the governor's desk of it?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But the one that passed is the seed money bill, right? It's not the water, right?
I don't
Is that
think
the
that's-
right one? Is
No,
that
No, it is the one with the water rights.
It's the one with water.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah, it is
AB
the one with
134.
water.
It's the one.
Even
Yeah,
better, good.
it's the one that would allow marketing of the water.
Was there a cost estimate on how much might be raised by that in the, if you know? I don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. All right.
You got folks from the district. If you want to ask the question, Linda's from the district.
I know. Does the district know? $4.95. So, between $4.95 and $500 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got Patrick.
What's the precedent for this legislation? Or how does it comport with usual permit and allocation of water?
I will try and answer. I don't think anything quite like this bill has ever passed before. In the past, local reclamation districts or local wastewater agencies have the ability to sell their water through a recycled water process in their own service area. So this is new. I'm not sure, honestly, that it will work. So we'll see, because it has many hurdles to overcome before it actually.
No, I'm kind of interested in. So what's the theory here of why it should be done or shouldn't be done? What are the competing ways of looking at this?
Okay, on the side of the sanitation district, it's like, well, this is our water. We can put it to beneficial use, and we can put it to beneficial use by treating it and selling it to somebody. On the side of the other water agencies who will likely oppose this when it goes to the state board for water rights permit, they will say, no, when you finish treating your wastewater, you are abandoning it, and you have no water right that allows you to transfer that water someplace else. So this is something that will play out over the next several years through a water rights proceeding, I would assume.
Pat, if I would just weigh in. One of the thoughts, too, is that about 40% of the water is groundwater that's generated in county, whereas the other portion of that, if I'm not mistaken, is surface water that's used and then obviously put back into the river. And so the argument is that the water is generated and that, whether put it to beneficial uses in county or if we're required to put it in the river at a certain level of treatment, that have the ability then to recover some of the costs of having to treat to a higher level. And again, I know there's arguments on both sides, but this would allow at least the district to make the permit application. It doesn't assure that you're going to get a permit on this. But
Ms. Marcus.
Also, in theory, it provides an incentive to treat water beyond a standard if you can, so it's one of those incentive things depending on how it's set. I think it's interesting. Having been an ocean discharger, nobody was.
That's for Los Angeles, right?
Yeah. we just fought internally over who owned the water once we could charge for it. It was a big DWP Public Works fight, and DWP won, unfortunately. But it didn't matter because that meant they supported the project, which they could care less about until we did that. But that's part of the West Basin project that Gloria's a part of. I think it's any little bit helps because this stuff's expensive, so I think that's great. There's a win-win in that one.
Well, I mean, I skimmed the bill at one of its versions, and I don't remember the details, but my recollection is most of the substantive issues were kicked to the Water Board for terms and conditions, generically stated. It simply allowed them to grant, subject to terms and conditions, to the Sacramento District the ability to sell the water out of the service area. I think, isn't that the additional second key? I think that is correct. It's not, it's, you know, you're right to sell, but to sell out of the service area. That is probably, Joe, that is unique, I think.
This has been tried before, by the way, without legislation. So
Where?
Eastern Municipal Water District in Southern California tried to sell their water to Orange County Water District, which downstream takes that water and recharges it into the ground. It was a bitterly fought issue, and Eastern lost.
In court case?
I don't think it ended up in court. They lost at the state board. It may have gone to court, but I know that it was a big issue that they thought about, proposed, tried to do, and were unsuccessful in getting done. That doesn't mean that it can't ever happen, but I think there are big hurdles, and it will be fought about for a while.
Water, like in the Sacramento Valley, that is used and then returns to the river, in the natural course of things. Are the the water users who have a right to it or have purchased it in some sense, can they be paid for that returned water?
That's the exact issue. Can they be paid for that returned water if they can't put it to beneficial use? So typically when you do a transfer in the state of California, you have to show that I use this water now, put it to beneficial use, and I am reducing my use of water, and I am transferring you the amount of water that I am reducing. So if it were the city of Sacramento, they'd have to show we normally use 10,000, I'll pick a round number, 10,000 acre-feet of water per year. We are instituting major conservation programs, and we're going to reduce the use of our water by 2,000 acre-feet a year, and we want to sell that 2,000 acre-feet of water per year. That is permissible typically, and so that's the normal requirement for transfers.
If 10,000 acre-feet of water is used in Colusa County for rice, and 8,000 of it that isn't evaporated or otherwise going to the ground ends up in the river.
You can't transfer water that is not consumed.
Can they sell that 8,000?
No.
Why?
The amount of water that they can transfer is based on their consumptive use.
That's a distinction between applied water, and consumed water is water no longer available for reuse. Or do I have it backwards? I can't remember. I keep trying to remember the term.
But I mean, otherwise, the incentive would be for everybody to divert far more water than they really need to return all of the water that they don't need and claim, now I want to be paid for it. And so under the law, at least
that's called a real
incentive. Not being an attorney, and I'll defer to any water attorney that wants to speak up. But as I understand the way the practical law works now, you have to, if you're going to transfer water, you have to show that it's real water that you currently use, and that you're reducing your use so that you can transfer it. You can't, and that was a problem with some of the paper water transfers that people complained about in the 90s.
In the situation that the legislation generates, the water's being used, being treated, being returned to the river. So that's happening anyway, right?
Yes.
So this says that which is returned could be sold, in effect.
Yeah, what the legislation says is they can apply for the water rights permit to sell it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the eventual goal is to be paid for water that has been put back into the system, treated. What's the difference between that and the example of the use of, in the Sacramento Valley, of agricultural water that's then returned?
I think in the Sacramento Valley, but you can't transfer water in the Sac Valley if you're if you're upstream and you're.
No, I'm not actually asking about the law. I'm trying to figure out what's the principle here. Is there one, or?
Oh, the principle is that you're not really using the water, and what you're doing is disadvantaging.
No, but you are using the water. You're using it for irrigation, and then the water, at least some of it, returns
but you're
to
not
the river.
consumptively using it, and you are now trying to make a profit, and you are changing the water rights priority in the system because some junior user has counted on your water
You
being
say you're
discharged.
not using it consumptively?
Yes.
To irrigate is not to use it consumptively?
To irrigate and return the water, what the water that is returned is not used consumptively.
Yeah.
You're looking puzzled, so I clearly am
Okay,
not explaining
well-
it very well.
Well, maybe you are.
So the point of the law, and this is something that I assume that this is the kind of battle that will be fought about for the next few years in front of the state board.
Few years. These battles
has
are
been fought and will
decades,
be
yeah.
fought some more. But as I understand the point of the law, it is to say you have a right to use the water that you need to perform whatever operation it is that you're doing. You don't have the right to just divert excess water and claim that it's yours just so you can sell it, because what that does is it doesn't generate any more water in the system. So if somebody in Colusa does that and they release that extra 8,000 acre feet or whatever the amount of water is, they're going to give water rights to somebody else, but there's no extra water flowing in the system. And
well, so is the principle, though, if you use the water and then you want to sell it, you can do that. Is that what the principle is?
the principle is that if you use it consumptively,
Right. So you
yes.
haven't wasted it. You've used it for.
Yes, then you can sell it by reducing your use.
So, City of Stockton treats water and discharges it into the Delta. Should it be paid for that? Should it be able to sell it?
I don't think so. As I understand current law.
What would be the difference from that and the example that generated the legislation here?
No difference. That's why I suspect that this legislation won't.
How many other similarly situated
Almost every
communities?
single upstream agency in the state, whether it's in Southern California or Northern California, is upstream of somebody else that uses it. And what I described in Southern California was an upstream agency that discharges wastewater into a river that is then captured downstream by another agency. And they wanted to say, hey, we're discharging water and we want to charge you for that water. And the downstream agency said, hold it. You've been discharging this water forever. You aren't putting it to beneficial use. Certainly you have the right, if you choose to build a recycled water system, to put it to beneficial use. But if you sold it to us, it's just a transfer of money. It doesn't change the amount of water that we're getting. And so that's why the case or the application went that way.
Okay. Does the Department of Water Resources have a position on the legislation?
I have no idea.
Okay, thanks.
I expect 100 comments from water rights attorneys who will tell me how I have mischaracterized everything. So I'm sorry.
Pardon? Well, in the development of this chart, one of the suggestions to fulfill our obligation to deal with water quality issues in near-term actions was a suggestion that implementation of a cleanup of nutrients coming out of the Sacramento plant would be a valuable contribution to water quality in the Delta. I think I've summarized that. Okay. And therefore the question was, and I asked the question too, whose $100 million was it? Led to the discussion, and then we mentioned that in fact the legislature has passed, the governor has before him a legislation which arguably would give the Sacramento folks an ability to raise a portion of the funding, subject to this entire discussion. Oh, Randy, can I say something? Yes. Sure. Okay. The whole question of water rights, water transfers, after a while you listen to it, and at the end you say to yourself, God, it's not about water, it's about money. And it's not the water following the money. I mean, it's where we're headed. These kinds of commercial transactions, not the privatization of water, but it's the exchange of water with all the vagaries and complications.
Well, would area of origin rights and those areas that haven't developed water but have
some claims,
have some right to some amount of water fall into a similar situation if they argued that it's their water. They haven't developed it, but it's their water, and if it moves elsewhere, they should be able to be paid for it. Joe's point is, well, they haven't consumptively used it, so they can't sell it, right? Is that the point? But in the meantime, we don't know how big their need will be, nor perhaps do they.
Mm-hmm.
So what should the Delta plan assume as it goes about facing the question of how much water should be counted on to flow through the Delta for both reliability and environmental purposes?
Randy said I'm supposed to be on my best behavior, so I'm going to defer at this point.
No, you're doing fine. This is all very interesting.
No, this is interesting because this is the fundamental question. Is it, one assumption would be in 100 years, there may be a 75% reduction of flows into the Delta because of uses elsewhere. I mean, I don't know if the figures are right, but that could be the assumption. Now, that historically has led courts in cases to say, wait a minute, you have a right to beneficially use water, but you don't have a right essentially to speculate with the water you cannot use beneficially. That's the point Joe was making. The first big water fight was, the gold mining fight, big historically in California, where the argument was, I have a right to use this water, and if there's a consequence, debris is filling the river 30 feet, raised the water level at Yuba City, that's somebody else's problem, not mine. The courts essentially, after 35 years, closed down mining because you might have the right to use the water, but you do not have the right to obstruct the navigable waters of the state of California. And there have been as a matter of fact, I believe, Chris, you may remember, there was even some litigation, I'm trying to remember where, that made it clear that riparian owners could not build giant reservoirs, siphon out whatever water they want just because they want it, put it in a reservoir and peddle it. The riparian rights were to the applied and beneficial use of water on their property adjacent. And so, these are gradation arguments of pretty much the same thing, which is how do you balance the individual uses of water with social purposes, I think. And we're going to have a lot of commotion about it in years to come.
Mr. Chair, just one thought. If tomorrow the sanitation district were able to take the 180 million gallons a day and put it all back to use without putting it into the river, don't think there wouldn't be a commotion about that. We never sold it to anybody but used it. That's part of the argument is that you got to put it in the river, you got to keep that, but you got to keep to a certain level of purity. I mean, I understand all that, but I just, if tomorrow we could say we take all that water, we don't going to put it back in the river anymore because we're going to use it for a variety of uses, whatever they might be, recycle water in county, and even with conservation standards, you can bet there'd be a fight over that. We even never got 1 penny for it, so that's been kind of the conversation we've had at the regional board, at the sanitation district board over the years too.
But Don, the principle of law that benefited Sacramento and the Delta region was that upstream use of water may not damage downstream users inappropriately.
Right.
And that's why all of us in this region in the late 1800s battled the upstream miners, although they were very influential economically. But that doesn't mean that we do not owe an obligation to downstream users, too. We do. All of us do. All of us do. But, the practicality for the Sacramento Regional Sanitation Plant is it's a big hit. We think it's unfair. The science doesn't suggest it should be done now anyway. And besides, you look around for ways to help financially solve whatever problems you have, kind of a human motivation. Complex legal issues. Mr. Grindstaff.
Well, I have two main points. One is this discussion is about, right now it's focused on the sanitation district, but it's also focused, another item on the chart was flood risk, and we have $500 million there, and we're saying right now I think that's what Eric's estimating the state would spend. We also have, I think it's $100 million, for ecosystem restoration, and under the biological opinions, the projects are required to do, I think it's 8,000 acres of ecosystem restoration. It is a common challenge to figure out who's going to pay and how much are they going to pay, and we have struggled through it. We're making progress, and that's the second point. We don't have a perfect water rights system, but we do have a system that has made progress. If you look back 20 years and 30 years ago, doing transfers was a real problem. If you look back 15 to 20 years ago, we had lots of paper water transfers that weren't, or at least some paper water transfers. And I think the system is evolving, is improving, and that will continue to happen. So for all of our negatives, I think it is true that the system, because of the efforts of people in the Delta, in the water community, in the environmental community, in every area, we are slowly kind of like an amoeba moving forward.
An amoeba?
An amoeba, yeah.
Could I opt out of that description personally?
Well, and the council's job is to try and put some sidewalls and direction on the amoeba, maybe some prods behind it, but we're not going to be able to control everything.
You sure? Isn't it more like the blob, really?
It could be the blob, yes.
Sorry, I'm dating myself, I know.
Well, isn't part of the effort and what Kurt and Eric are working on is trying to give a picture over time of what is occurring and what improvements are being made in different parts of the state, so that we do have a better sense of where we are. I mean, where we have to go, because there's a tendency to talk about all the needs that everybody has, and we have, and everybody else. But it might be more realistic and more convincing to say, well, good things have happened, and putting those in the pipeline, and then the immediate actions seem very important. Otherwise, this whole effort has a sense of indefiniteness that then can justify inaction at different levels.
Yeah, I mean, I could almost construct an argument on a practical term that the state should advance planning money for this facility. Almost construct it, and I'd say the following. We have scientific evidence, disputed, but scientific evidence that the food web is being interrupted by ammonium in a way that is deleterious to the delta. We do not know the proportion of harm, of all the total harm to the delta that represents, but it's there. That's why we sent the letter out, the one you abstained on earlier, because for the nutrient part of the Regional Water Board order, only the nutrient part, Cliff came in, gave us the opinion. We said yes, that seemed plausible. Sacramento said it's going to cost $2 billion. Everybody else said it's going to cost $40. It clearly will cost more than $40 and less than $2 billion is my guess. And a state-sponsored study of what would be necessary to upgrade to meet the nutrient standards would probably resolve that issue. Now, do I think it's immoral because the regional plant would like to have a whole bunch of things loaded onto a package that would be largely financed by other people? No, that's done all the time. Everybody does that same calculation. But it might be in the state's interest, particularly in the near term, to figure what is the cheapest realistic cost to deal with a nutrient problem without waiting for the complicated array of other things to happen. Because if it is as significant as Cliff and the science people believe it is, then it probably justifies near-term action, not the hopes that 50 years from now we can do something about it. That does not answer Sacramento's question. Speculative science, we don't like it, we don't agree with it, other experts say other things, it's not as much, besides it's diluted anyway, and that's, So I could almost argue that you could do it. I wouldn't argue, though, that the legislative approach to this selling stuff is the right way to finance that. I'd rather do it just heads up with financing a study to nail down a dollar figure that's realistic to deal with the problem at hand. But
right, and so maybe we ought to think about how we would state our views on that. We already stated them in a letter on the
yeah, but we didn't talk about phasing. We didn't talk about anything.
No, but see, the interesting thing to me is that if a bill is signed into law, it becomes a precedent, and people will line up to do similar things again and again and again. And the more practical issue is the treatment of Sacramento area water is a problem. It's such a huge cost that it's a problem to pay for it. There are public benefits. Face that and try and fix that with contributions. That's, I think, your point. The difficulty with the legislative approach, I think, is that it either gets vetoed, in which case, a door closed and no other door opened, or it gets signed and we will set in motion a lot of efforts to sell that which was not previously sold but creates no new water. Or all we've done is said, oh, we've transferred the issue to the water board like they don't have enough to do. And, we want them to send flow standards. They have lots to do. So, without necessarily taking a position on the legislation, I'd like to have us think about an immediate action that does open a door. Whether the door to this legislation is closed or opened or something, we probably ought to sidestep that. But on the other hand, I think we might want to consider opening a door, which is that there's a sufficient problem, a big price tag, that we think one of the immediate actions is a contribution at the state level to solving this problem.
Yeah. And it was actually tried before. Senator Steinberg had, I think, 50 million. I think was it 50 million? And I understand Sacramento said it wasn't enough and all that, but it was a significant gesture. It didn't get in the eventual package, but it was discussed. Yeah. This reinforces Ms. Marcus's point that we need to have a more thorough explanation of and discussion of this complex array of water rights, water use, all the other things in the Delta Plan. And yeah, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Stevens, we're looking in your direction. Okay, Mr. Stevens, you got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's add to the agenda for the next meeting Mr. Stevens' report on how we're doing with that whole question.
We can probably provide some written material on this issue.
Now, wait a minute. We've gotten written material, AG's letters and stuff like that. I'm in favor of it. But the question really that's raised is, to what extent does our staff, the Delta Stewardship Council staff, believe we should present information and discussion on this subject? We're not talking about altering regulations and policies. We might want to make recommendations. I'm not closing that option, but it's too big. I understand the politics of this, which is, God, just stay away from that. So everybody gets so excited you can't talk about it. But if you can't talk about it and things are changing that have important implications to either help or undermine the co-equal goals, Joe?
We put a placeholder in the draft plan to have a 1 or 2 page box to talk about water rights and associated issues, exactly with the purpose being to try and explain somewhat what's going on. Obviously, there are books written about the subject, and what we have to do is try and simplify and convey information about the state of the law right now, and I think we can do that. And I think it is important that we understand that, and that people that read the plan get a good general understanding of what's happening.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and for informative purposes, we can provide you with that kind of information, and we can talk amongst ourselves, perhaps. But I think the important point is, beyond setting the stage for California water and what this plan does, we have to keep focused on what our role is and what our authorities are in the statute under which we operate. And I know you and I have had many chats about that. So it's all an interesting and intriguing interplay, but we will attempt to provide at least some informative material, and Joe knows that we kind of have a placeholder.
Okay, let's look at the first draft of language at the next meeting, please. So we'll schedule that on the agenda. Ms. Rogers, will you make sure the minutes reflect that, please? Any objection? Okay. All right. Mr. Nickel, where did we end?
I think the question is, did we end?
Well, not yet, obviously. What else do you have to add, sir?
I think so overall, we went through several examples within this immediate actions framework here, so probably not useful to go into any more details, but we will continue fleshing this out.
Well, I like the feel of this kind of matrix. Randy's suggestions I thought were particularly good on trying to focus it down, but it feels like something that's appropriate for a Delta plan, and ties to all of the things we're trying to do in the Delta plan.
Okay. So I think there's, just to make sure I've heard everything correctly, and maybe Mr. Fiorini for your benefit, so I'm working on 4 matrices at this point. I have what I'm calling the immediate actions matrix, the major state, federal, local, and other programs and projects.
That's the ones that are currently underway.
Right. The Delta Plan policies and recommendations. And I've already started one a few days ago working with Lauren Hastings on trying to delineate and cost out the extent and costs of the ecosystem restoration projects as well.
Yeah.
And so I've spoke with Dave Zezelak at Fish and Game and Lauren and some other folks on trying to get some basic information. So I've got 4 spreadsheets working right now, and how those eventually play out, where they end up, which document, I'm not sure yet, and I can get direction on that, but just to let you know, that's roughly the format, and if you want something different or if I've misheard you, please let me know.
It would be useful, I think. I think we got to look at the next revision, probably of all four, at our next meeting. And I understand some will be more defined than others, but I think we got to take a look at it. As we looked at this one, we want to look at the other three. Felicia?
I just want to ask Eric if his designation and the team is the guy who handles all the really complex things with a million different little parts.
No, I think that's Chris.
Is that you?
No.
Oh, Chris, it's different. I can't figure out how I would define Chris's role. But
Not an amoeba, I hope.
Yeah.
Not the blob either, yeah.
A mold?
He is an attorney.
Oh, stop, or we'll tell engineer jokes.
Okay.
I can answer the martini question now.
You can.
Well, they did the research, and then I double-checked them on Wikipedia. But there are numerous theories. One of them is Martinez. They have a spring martini festival. Another is it was called the Martinez. Another is that people had it in San Francisco before going to Martinez. And then another is it's the Knickerbocker Hotel in New York, which has nothing to do with Martinez.
Would it help the image of the Delta's place to be the source of martinis, Supervisor?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Rogers, you got some blue slips over there.
We're going.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. West, then Ms. Wallace, and then Mr. Olinger. Ms. West. California Municipal Utilities Association. They turned off the microphone. It's right here in the middle of the shaft.
Yes. There we go. Thank you very much. I just have some very brief comments. The California Municipal Utilities Association represents all the public utilities in the state and a number of water agencies. And I just wanted to give our initial feedback on some concerns we had in the finance section of the plan about establishing a recommendation to the legislature to establish a public goods charge for water. There's not a lot of detail in the recommendations. Obviously, this is a concern. It looks like it would, from the limited write-up, require the urban and agricultural water users to pay this public goods charge to fund DWR updates and/or science programs. So we understand that there's little public money available. There's also little public money available on the local level. We want to make sure that on a local level, we have the funds there to pay for the 20 by 20 plan and other kinds of important local infrastructure projects. So with that, we're very concerned about this recommendation. We can ask that you potentially give it a lot more thought before it gets into your final plan. Be happy to answer any questions. But this is kind of a unanimous concern from our association, so I wanted to make sure you knew about it today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fiorini.
Just a question. What if it was implemented, and I'm not recommending this, but what if it was implemented exactly as the public benefits charge in electrical bills is, and as it relates to public agencies?
Yes. Our members who are electricity members are POUs, and they do pay the electric public goods charge. As that is written up, as that is in statute right now, that is used in the service area, is paid for, and is part of the bill. Mm-hmm. Obviously, they're not subject to the 218 requirements. That would potentially be that. Our association hasn't looked at that. I have never seen a write-up in legislation or as a write-up that would do that. But I want to just emphasize that in the electric public goods charge, there is lots of discretion on the local level on how to use those funds, including using the funds for low income, for research and development, for energy efficiency projects. These are supported by the local communities. So there's a lot of reasons that locals like that idea. None of that money from the POU perspective goes to a state agency to fund kind of ecosystem restoration things as is being described in this and or the legislation that we've seen with these kinds of concepts. So I'm not advocating anything that way. I just wanted to point out the differences in the types of proposals. that we're seeing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wallace, East Bay Mud. Mr. Wallace, sorry. Doug, you wrote this on a piece of paper. Damn.
Was I supposed to write it on my hand?
No, just so I could read it. Just so I could read it.
No, I'm sorry. This is just a sign of advancing age. It's a terrible thing.
I notice it every day.
Oh, I apologize for all that. And any future bad writing. It's actually fortuitous. I wanted to follow up on this particular issue of the public goods charge. We're seeing some signs that there are sugar plum fairies dancing in the dreams of some people in state agencies that the public goods charge could finance all manner of good, worthy things as the general fund gets gradually depleted. And of course, you're already hearing a lot of allergic response from water agencies about the public goods charge. I'd like to put a finer point and add some comments to Randy's question, which is that the public goods charge could not be precisely applied to water agencies as it is with the three big investor-owned utilities. As Ms. West commented, more than half of that money goes directly back to the service areas of those utilities. Other portions go to research and the PEER program, public interest energy research, and then to renewable energy. So part of that is controlled by the state. I think the problem that we're seeing with the public goods charge concept, it is this big, vague concept. We haven't seen any clarity to it, and as such, it can be frightening because, as you've heard many times, water agencies are already getting a lot of backlash due to rate increases we've already seen. In fact, you, Mr. Chairman, gave a quick shot back to one of the previous speakers from the Tuolumne District about, or maybe the Mountain County's representative, seemed to sort of conflate beneficiary pays with public goods charge. The way we're seeing, and we're studying this carefully, the way we're seeing the public goods charge presented as applied to the water sector is that it would be a de facto tax. And I'm concerned about many things, one of which is that we will define public benefits so broadly that will create a great appetite for a public goods charge, when in fact I would urge, as I've said before, because I'm repetitive, to define public benefits narrowly. East Bay Mud is very much aligned with this notion of reduced reliance on the Delta, for example. And you've gotten some pushback on that, but we see it as state law. We see it as the right thing to do. But we're going to be putting brighter minds than mine to work on this at East Bay Mud to give you specific comments about what that should look like, how it should be applied, how you define it. Are you really going to focus more on dry year reduction, or really give some more conceptual substance to it? So I think then we'll know what we're really talking about in the same way that we don't know what we're talking about really with the public goods charge right now. So on the notion of reduced reliance, we're going to be giving you our best thoughts on that in the next comment letter. So when we talk about beneficiary pays, though, that's something where you've seen most water agencies getting behind that, so you get something back proportional to what you pay. But when we hear public goods charge, we basically hear de facto tax. And I'm hoping that we can clarify that distinction. And in fact, we're working with the California Urban Water Agencies in developing a white paper, which is hopefully we can get it approved and distributed this fall, which will seek to lend some clarity to these terms and make some real distinctions about public benefit, private benefit, beneficiary pays. What is a public goods charge in the electricity sector as distinct from how it would likely be applied to thousands of water agencies? It's just a completely different, it's an apples and elephants kind of distinction between the two sectors.
When that comes out, is it based on the presumption that there should be no public use charge?
You can expect the CUA, California Urban Water Agencies, will not support a public goods charge.
That's not what I asked. When you do a study, is it going to start, I mean, whoever was contracted to write it, were they told, here's the deal, we're against it, period. Now think up all the reasons, make it sound reasonable that it shouldn't happen. Because that's different than what I thought I heard your more nuanced thing was that it can be an open-ended tax, it could do too much, it could do that, and it ought to be more narrowly focused, it ought to be justified, and on, you know, and other things that certainly are different from we're against it no matter what it looks like.
You're confronting the fact that I'm speaking in several different guises. One is I am one of those contractors, happily unpaid, because East Bay Mud is a member of CUA, and so will be one of the authors of this paper. CUA, you can expect those 10 urban water agencies to have to reject a public goods charge. East Bay Mud, which really pays me, unlike CUA, can see its way to a public goods charge if it looks right, if it's designed the right way and narrowly defined. So in fact, we're on record as do it right, and we'll talk about that, because we recognize public water bonds are depleted. The general fund.
So the report that's going to be out in September?
It's a white paper. I'm hoping after September 30th.
Okay. So is that going to have that latter set of recommendations, or is that going to come through the transom in a brown paper envelope from East Bay Mud?
I don't know whether it will be delivered by me or by the executive director. Let me say that at this point, because it's still in draft, the public goods charge, I think it will be an analytical piece that will say this is what the public goods charge looks like in the electricity sector, and here are the problems that you'll see when you try to transfer this round peg over to a square hole.
Well, yeah, okay, so I'll be real interested in that. But it sounds a little bit analogous to the Delta Protection Commission spending a lot of time in its economic sustainability report talking about why a tunnel or a 15 CFS canal, 15,000, is bad for the Delta and bad for agriculture.
I appreciate the point. I don't think it's a good analogy, because the white paper is really, the primary purpose is to seek to put some definition to these terms that everybody throws around but really has not nailed down. We've seen some efforts in Senator Simitian's bill, SB 34, and we're building on that, and our overall endeavor is to try to lend some discipline and clarity to the public dialogue, because it's a way, the more important point is that CUA will be saying, this is the way to proceed with the beneficiary pay system. There is such a thing as public benefits, and there's a big question about how to pay for those. And again, returning to the example of reduced reliance on the Delta, I would hope that that's certainly it's a public benefit, but in terms of regional and local projects, there will be pressure to say that's a big public benefit you're getting out of that. And you get some pushback saying there's already a lot of pressure on any conceivable revenue from a public goods charge.
Randy.
Yes, sir.
Doug, I just want to go out on a limb and offer a word.
That's where I live.
Go and offer a word of caution. The public benefits charge, as it applies to electric utilities in the municipals, the publicly owned.
Investor-owned?
No.
Oh, in terms of the municipal utilities.
The municipal utilities.
Mm-hmm.
They collect 2.85%. And they control how that money is spent along the guidelines that Jennifer outlined. As you're well aware, the majority of water delivered in California is by municipalities. So when you say that if you applied the electrical method in which the 2.85% is collected and distributed won't work on water, I want you to reevaluate that, because I don't think there are any of Jennifer's members who operate electrical utilities that would tell you that it is a bad idea.
I'm happy for that correction and clarification. My information is more about the investor-owned utilities, where some fraction of that, somewhat less than half, goes back to renewables and to the energy research. The salient point is that when we see there, for example, in AB 32, greenhouse gas law, a scoping plan there proposes a good public goods charge, and that's supposed to fund all kinds of renewable energy. The money's taken away from the agencies, from their areas of where the ratepayers pay it, and then funds a bunch of renewable energy projects where there's arguably a nexus between energy and water. It imposes a completely different concept, and I appreciate the point you're making, and we'll clarify that in the paper. But when people talk about a public goods charge for water, it really ends up looking more like a tax.
Are you studying the assumption that a public good charge might be acceptable, as Mr. Fiorini indicated, if it were totally at the local discretion for their purposes only, but wouldn't be if it were at the state level?
I think that's absolutely true, yes. And
if that is true, do you also believe that the state would legitimately withdraw public funding to districts that have their own support on the grounds they have no control over it, but there's no reason for the state to engage in subsidiary activities.
Well, the funny thing is that the municipal water utilities already have the capacity to raise rates to finance water conservation. So, on that logic, you could argue that imposing a charge makes no sense because we already fund water conservation.
We should recommend an abolition of the rate that's given to publicly owned utilities.
I'm not making an argument one way or the other about the state funding that goes to water agencies. However, the paper will contain a kind of an embryonic idea that, in a speculative way, that there could be kind of a dedicated account, a dedicated fund that the local water agencies have to pay into that serves certain purposes.
That's the EBMUD position being carved out because you do have a different position than many of your colleagues in the organization. And under the right condition, you might consider it. Many of them said...
I'm sorry, consider which again, specifically?
A position with the right terms and conditions on a public goods charge that gives the primary benefit, perhaps the exclusive benefit, to local interest.
You would have no argument from the CUA membership generally if they were to control all the proceeds from such a charge. That's not an issue. The issue is much more about the money going to the state as it was proposed in the Water Resources Investment Fund from the previous administration.
Felicia.
I was just doing the one that you were arguing. Oh. But I would also...
I enjoy it, though.
Well,
I thrive on it.
It's either that or I was going to throw a little piece of paper. But it's a really interesting issue, and I actually appreciate the fact that you guys are going to try and do a white paper because I think those things help us, and I think the clarifications and cautions that we're flagging, I hope will make that more helpful. I would just say that in that back and forth about, well, if you already have your charge, you won't get state money, I think the state should reward local agencies that put their own money into stuff, so I'd give them more in the way I'd look at it. But so that can cut either way. So my recommendation is just make it as full and as useful as you can, and be sure you also look at the concept that's not the investor-owned model where you could keep all the money and how that would help, because there is a benefit to the locals to having an architecture to be able to do that.
Right. And again, I appreciate the clarification that the municipally owned electrical utilities get to keep that charge. That's a very important new piece of information for me. And of course, the purpose of this white paper is to be helpful. This is actually intended to be constructively move the dialogue forward. Two more brief comments. Felicia articulated a feeling I didn't know I had before, but she's always doing that for me. The governance chapter does need a lot of help, and I think when it's more fleshes on those bones, I think you will alleviate some of the anxiety you're hearing about the uncertainty this Delta plan seems to be creating. So I just think that there's some good thinking that remains to be done in that. And then finally, when you proceed, I'll echo my colleague Barry Nelson here, who frequently remarks that you can have either a plan to an action plan with a lot of projects that you want to do, which is what we've seen, and then independently from that, ways of raising money. And too often those processes are divorced. I think that when you figure out what you want to do in the Delta plan and how you're going to finance it, and what you can afford, which is sort of attached to that, those need to be parallel processes, so you really don't... So they're not disconnected, which has really been, I think, the primary flaw in the CalFed program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Mr. Ollinger, then Mr. Baker, and Rogine Reynolds. Mr. Ollinger, Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District. Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Eisenberg and members of the committee. In listening to your discussion earlier about the legislation that SAC Regional requested that's now on the governor's desk, I just felt compelled to try and shed a little light on what the rationale was behind our requesting that. Historically, the sanitation district has treated the water to secondary standards according to our NPDES permit and discharged it into the Sacramento River. About 3% of that flow, about 5 million gallons per day, we put through further treatment to produce reclaimed water, and we have customers that we sell that to. It costs more to produce reclaimed water than we get from revenue. We do it because it's the right thing to do. If there are more customers available, identified, then we will increase the capacity of that reclaimed water. With our new NPDES permit, all the focus has been on nutrient removal. But as part of that NPDES permit, we've also been required to essentially produce reclaimed water, Title 22 reclaimed water, for 100% of our effluent. So of the $2 billion cost that you've mentioned, about 1/3 of that is for nutrient removal, and about 2/3 of that is to produce the reclaimed water, for which we have no customers. As I said, it's a very expensive thing to do. So if we had customers to take that whole 150 million gallons per day of reclaimed water that we'll now be producing, or will be producing in 2020, we could market that to them, sell it within Sacramento County, and there would be no discharge into the Sacramento River, and I don't think anybody would complain because that's within the rights of what we can do with reclaimed water. So again, we're being compelled to produce this reclaimed water. We don't have the customer base in Sacramento County, but because we're producing this high-quality water, we would like it to be used as reclaimed water. So that's what the legislation is about, is expanding our customer base so that it can be marketed, or transported to the customers in other counties.
Why don't you just ask the city of Sacramento to finally start using recycled water for their irrigation, which they've never done. I mean, they recycle ZIP, according to their 2010 draft urban water management plan. Understand it may be more expensive to do that than to continually use surface water, but it seems a logical long-range investment, and probably be mandated before too long for agencies that fail to do it. And since they are one of your more significant public agencies, they seem to me to be uniquely situated on that.
I don't disagree with you. There are other expenses that should be fixed in the city of Sacramento
I understand,
as well.
but it's, part of your dilemma is because we live in a water-rich area and we've become used collectively to a fairly elaborate use of surface water, which is relatively inexpensive, and people like that a lot.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker's here both for the Environmental Water Caucus and Restore the Delta. Good to see you again.
Good to be here. Good afternoon to you all. So I'm going to start out with my comments for the on behalf of the Environmental Water Caucus. We feel that as a public trust body, you have the responsibility to account for the public trust and allocation of water resources per the Mono Lake decision in the Supreme Court. And we feel that those have been set out in front of you, although not well defined. And so what we would hope to see in future drafts of the plan would be a definition of 5 terms in particular. What, from the council's perspective, constitutes a more reliable water supply? What specifically constitutes protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem? As well, enhancement of the Delta as an evolving place and regional self-reliance. And in addition to that, what reduced dependence on the Delta means to you folks. We feel that this is your responsibility, and we know that you've received copious comments from various stakeholders throughout the process, but frankly, we would like to see you put on paper and enumerate, possibly identify some quantifiable goals and objectives that you would like to see to establish a framework or a baseline of what it is that you hope the product of your plan to be. Because I know that in 10, 20, 30 years, when I'm sitting around the table with folks, you may not be there to tell us exactly what it is you had hoped your plan would produce, and I think that it would be very, very beneficial in the future to have those things outlined, or at least some parameters on what the goals were. And we don't feel that putting that responsibility on regulatory agencies like the state board is something that you guys should do.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Are you suggesting that we go beyond the performance measures that are at the end of each chapter? Are you familiar with that?
Yes. Yeah. Some more fairly. Personally, I think there's some large comments. I think there needs to be some more specific bookends on what those performance measures need to be. I agree that with Mr. Grindstaff when he says that it's impossible to make an informed decision about BDCP without knowing what your flow recommendations are going to be coming out of the state board in 2013. And I think that should be acknowledged somewhere in the draft and how you're going to address that.
Brett, can I, you don't have to answer it now, but could you go back to the caucus and ask them to take a look, please, at 68 of the draft, and particularly the section titled Water Supply Reliability? It is not a perfect approach, but if you have a different definition to suggest than the ones we've referenced and included here, we'd very much like to see it.
Okay.
Because everybody says, go define these terms, but what they really mean is, here are the things we want you to say, whatever the things actually are. And one of the things I want to do is pull out of you, what is the things you think are reliable? Some people say, well, reliable for me, not for anybody else. Okay. I mean, just tell us what it is.
Yeah, and we will be happy to do that. And as well, I just think that we don't want to see, I think we trust you a whole lot more than you think we do. We don't want to see you pass up this opportunity to
Well, I agree, but we have to. We lack the ability to impose a regulation beyond the scope of the statute that created us, much as some of us might like to. So the rest is observations and recommendations and performance measures, as Randy talks out, which is one of the tools we're directed to impose. But that means I'd like to look at your definition and I'd like to know what measures the caucus thinks are relevant.
Very well.
And the sooner the better on that one.
But not to interrupt, but isn't that part of the workshop we're going to have where we talk about goals? And that's
you may
why
have come in
we
afterwards.
Really need,
we've got a workshop coming up on performance measures. You or
what
somebody.
are we trying to do?
Yeah.
What are our goals? And all of your questions, I think, are appropriate to that, as well as the bigger picture. What role do we play? What does success look like? And that's also, is that the second half of the 15th? Yeah. So.
Okay. I think that's right. Yeah.
It's a good point you're making.
Okay. I have two more on behalf of the caucus.
Yes, sir.
So we'd also like to see a recommendation for or an honest analysis, and I don't know if this is your role or you direct somebody else to do this, but an honest analysis of an isolated facility or improvements to through Delta conveyance versus conservation, reclamation, local efforts to increase regional self-reliance. And
we're ordered in the statute to promote improved water reliability, including conveyance and storage. No definition beyond that. We also have an obligation to incorporate the Bay Delta Conservation Plan into this plan if they complete it and comply with the requirements of law, HCP, all that stuff. Then somebody can appeal the fish and game determination they complied to us. But hard to read the statute as saying we should weigh in and say don't do what BDCP was created to do, which is develop facility improvements of some undefined term, scope, and nature. And I know the Environmental Water Caucus has said, here, don't build another dam. In one of their earlier papers, don't build any dams, don't build any facilities, just do these things and the world will be okay. That's not the alternative we're studying, Joe, I don't think, in the Environmental Impact Report, but we are studying the 29 or 30 specific action recommendations. I can't remember the numbers. On the Environmental Water Caucus submission for EIR consideration.
Yeah, they had a number of specifics, but they were pretty clear that they wanted to reduce the amount of water that was exported from the Delta down to, I think, 3 million acre-feet a year. So we have an alternative that we are analyzing. I don't think that it will say specifically no conveyance, but it will say specifically reduced exports, because that was part of what they proposed.
Yeah.
Well, I just feel it is your folks' role and authority, and to maintain that, have that 30,000 state level view. No one else is going to take that view of things. So, I believe that we owe it to our taxpayers and everyone in our state to take a look at what's best going forward. As you allude to the interim period, what's going to happen in between, and what the future. I mean, we can't predict what the future is going to look like for energy costs, things like that, but we're going to have to take a look at what is going to be the best for the overall state, I think, going forward. And that kind of leads me to my third point here, which is we need to take account of what's in the Delta, not to a specific level that they're doing at the Protection Commission with the Economic Sustainability Plan, but go further than that, I think, and take an account of the economic values of ecosystem services provided in the Delta, and develop sort of a balance sheet. The healthy fisheries, a healthy flyway, maintaining habitat with proper levee maintenance, and in doing so, we continually hear about. Well, I'll get to that in my next point. These are services that are provided that are irreplaceable. I don't know where you're going to get another 40,000 acres of migratory waterfowl habitat in the state that is home to, or provides habitat for the largest population of tundra swans in the world. Those are things that you can't just go get them somewhere else, and they need to be accounted for and looked at it from a holistic kind of a perspective. And that would conclude my comments for the caucus. And as for Restore the Delta, I just want to make a few comments on levees. And I think the importance of maintaining some of the habitat that currently exists in the Delta, in addition to the critical nature of the levees. I've heard them called critical. I can't count how many times in these meetings, and the amount of focus and discussion that's gone on about levee maintenance, but yet funding for projects and maintenance seems to get held up, is further complicated by regulatory constraints and whatnot. So I don't know that it is within your power to do so, but it would be nice to see an effort by the state and federal agencies. I don't know if you could get Army Corps and Fish and Wildlife, DFG and DWR all in the room together to talk about developing a framework or a basis for environmental review and ways to account for those externalities, but minimize the economic impacts and maximize the amount of actual on the ground levee maintenance that gets done within the Delta. As well as taking an honest view or serious examination of dredging and see if that could be used to increase the amount of rock and dirt that gets put on levees and increase the seismic stability of those at a minimum cost to the ratepayers, taxpayers of the state.
Okay. Randy?
Just a quick question. Does the Restore the Delta have an opinion on a public benefits charge that could be utilized for levee maintenance?
Yeah, I think that we would like to see the beneficiary, the base of beneficiaries broadened, and I can't speak for the board per se. Come up with some policy recommendations on the spot here for you, but yeah, I think that broadening the base of who pays and who benefits, taking a serious examination. Like I said, we hear continually about the critical nature of the levee system within the Delta, but nobody wants to pay for it. Not that nobody wants to pay for it. I was here last week before last, when you guys approved the East Bay Mud aqueduct protection projects. There's just that should be an easier process, and I think that strengthening levees, especially since we're going to have to rely on them for the next 10, 15, 20 years within the Delta, is good for everybody. And figuring out how to equitably charge folks for that is a tough job, and I'm glad that you're there to do it, because it's not my responsibility. But no, I think that
we have the power to recommend. We do not have the power to impose an allocation of cost.
I think that just an acknowledgement that there needs to be ongoing levee maintenance within the Delta, and trying to make that as feasible and as streamlined as possible. We have vegetation standards that don't match up from state to federal level, and that just creates a real problem. And I think the end result is you just end up doing less levee work, and you end up doing more argument about nebulous effects of levee policy on the ecosystem, and the real shortage is that we get less rock on our levees, and everybody's still vulnerable to failure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rogene Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds.
Hi, I'm Rogene Reynolds. I live in the South Delta at 4444 West Undine Road, Stockton, California.
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't have your job for anything. Just a point of fact, on number 5 in your item, begin the Delta ecosystem habitat.
You're talking to them about the
yes,
matrix?
the matrix, okay. And my only comment is this, and this may be the only part of the matrix that I know anything really factual about, but there's a $100 million estimate, it says, for primarily including land acquisition, project planning, permitting tasks, and then it lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different areas. Now, in the lower San Joaquin River floodplain where I live, just above Old River, the last ranch that sold for $12,000 per acre. Granted, that's not going to be the value of land throughout the Delta, but even on an average, you're probably looking at $9,000 or $10,000 an acre. So your $100 million that is projected here is woefully short of not only acquisition, but planning, permitting, and so on. So my only caution to you is that if you're going to be doing any planning based on this matrix, there needs to be a lot more realistic assessment of the true value of the land that's in question. And then the other thing that would be helpful is, once you mature this matrix, is that at each line, Cache Slough, Consumes, Lower San Joaquin, et cetera, that an estimate be placed on those individual lines, and that would help you prioritize.
I'm sorry, placed on the...
On these individual projects that are showing on this list.
Well, you understand, these are not individual projects. These are areas identified in 4 other differing governmental studies where the potential for ecosystem and habitat recovery is greatest.
Okay.
So it's an opportunity area. And to be sure, on the lower San Joaquin floodplain, we have in fact included a territorial suggested boundary for planning purposes. But there will have to be subsequent clear projects to implement each. This list is designed to say between now and 2025 what might be theoretically achieved in some rough order and in what way.
Right, but if you're saying might be theoretically achieved at a theoretic price, it would be helpful to know what different prices these agencies have put on these projects, just, I would think, for informational purposes.
I agree. When we get better numbers, we will.
Okay. Then the other thing is I have a question regarding the statement under number 5 in the second page where it talks about...
Footnote, okay.
Yeah, in the footnote. Rough estimate of general acquisition, et cetera, and this may also consider the transfer of the operations and maintenance of these lands to the Delta Conservancy. 2 points there. Does that mean at that point that these lands no longer generate tax proceeds for the local tax base?
Well, there are large acreages of land in the Delta already owned by public agencies, and unless there's a separate agreement for somebody to pay money to the locals, they do not generate tax revenue. Could lease the land and get some money. All this is, again, is a shorthand way of describing an approach to the problem.
And then my last question is that once these are transferred, the costs still are taxpayer costs, are they not? I mean, the Delta Conservancy is still a taxpayer-funded...
Yes, it's a state agency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had. Thanks
so
much.
Okay. Pat, that's it. Okay. Members, we've got some notes for our next meeting, which is September, forgive me, 22nd?
22nd and 23rd.
22nd, 23rd. And we have the workshops in between by Tuesday. Mr. Coolidge indicated we'll post on the website the workshop title, location, room number, all that kind of stuff. And that'll be on our main website page. Mr. Grindstaff, anything else?
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just an item to follow up on. I had a conversation yesterday with some representatives from the local areas that represent local habitat conservation plan entities, and they sent a letter back in May of this year and were concerned that even with the fifth draft iteration, that concerns about plans that have been vetted through a variety of agencies that have legal binding agreements to them, that this whole realm of consistency and covered action, but certainly the need to come back on a every 5-year basis to reaffirm consistency, put some burdens on plans and certainly certainties that come with those, and that if they've achieved the level of HCPs and NCCPs, that having to continually, vet that at different junctures puts additional financial as well as regulatory burden, and also I think threatens potentially the assurances and certainty that come with those plans for all the parties that are bound by them if they've once agreed to them. And just thinking about this a little bit, one of the thoughts I had too, that even though legislatively is provided for, the BDCP would have to meet certain hurdles in order to and achieve the standards of HCP and NCCP, but they would then get embedded with the Delta plan, would not require them to have to go through any, ongoing consistency findings or updates with updates to the Delta plan. I just would ask our staff to try to continue to work to address that issue. There was some frustration expressed that even with conversations with consultants and maybe with some DSC staff at different levels, that that continues to be an issue of concern, and I wanted to get that out there as we're beginning to work on.
Could you do me a favor? Just tell the staff the date and who the letter was from, so we know which of the May letters.
Okay, it was May 6, 2011, and it was signed by the various habitat conservation planning efforts. It was addressed to the chairperson. It was on the third draft at that time, but I wanted to get that out there to folks, because as we've been work groups, that might be a good follow-on for the work groups. So,
okay,
thanks.
Ms. Marcus, you had a quick. Ms. Johnson, Fiorini. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, anything?
I just want to mention, in case you have not heard, Chuck Bonham was appointed director of the Department of Fish and Game this afternoon. And Chuck's a very good guy, for those of you that don't know him, and has recently been serving on the Conservancy Board.
There you are. Okay. All right, members, we'll see you next month at the meeting and workshops, except for Supervisor Natoli, who has 17 meetings a day for the rest of his life. I don't know how you do it, Don. Okay, meeting is adjourned.